changing up the title here. Building a Kraken-proof rocket to go to Eve. All right, so I'll switch us over to that, and I'm going to take 5. Go grab a quick bite to eat, and yeah, we'll get to it. Let me load up Kerbal, and we'll go from there. Yeah, there you go, Aqualex. That's good. Wait. Yeah, I've seen that footage before, Dish. That's neat. Thanks, Jacob. All right, we'll get the nom-noms. I'll be right back 1 moment. Listen to this fine Kerbal music in the meantime. Chat. Hi. How are you guys doing? Are the radiators for this space station just made out of panels? Right. Are you going to cover the Stennis test? We'll put it on in the background, I think. What does it say on the bottom of the mug? That's none of your damn business, and I'll expect you to stay out of my personal affairs. Alright. Well, let's go. To be honest, you hope they intend to tweak the game heat settings to make radiators more important. Agreed. How do you like your headset? You're looking at buying one? Black Shark V2 is a great headset. I wear it every day. You intend to do it yourself if necessary. Okay. So, yeah, let me bring everybody up to speed. We were working on this rocket yesterday. This is a rocket that I built from the ground up yesterday to basically try to be Kraken proof. And I'm basically what I'm doing is I'm not going to move stuff over craft files. I'm going to build the entire transfer vehicle in the same craft file as the rocket. And we're going to kind of see where that takes us. Hopefully to a good place. If you haven't seen this rocket, this is a good rocket. It can move about 80 tons up into space, and my staging is completely messed up. Oh dear. You know what? I won't mess with that just now. We'll send this rocket later. Let's finish the transfer vehicle. I don't do CLASs anymore, Bandit. Type it again, please. There's too many of you. I would spend half of a stream scrolling up for people seeing last. The time it takes for me to scroll up, you could just type it again, dude. I'm not doing that anymore.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Was this ever a thing for Apollo? Jam with a 96-month resub. Thank you. Was this ever a thing? Man, yeah. Man on orbit. Yeah. Yes. That was a concept. They never did it. But yeah, it's a thing. It was a concept. They, in case the LEM malfunctions, that was the way to get off the moon. It's basically a fuel tank with a seat attached to it, dude. All right, so yeah, Hog. Yeah, we should be in the transfer window for Eve, but I gotta finish the dang thing. So this vehicle is gonna launch in 3 separate segments. That one right there. The HAB segment's gonna be up front. It's gonna be like the transfer vehicle that we made before, but this time I'm gonna basically try to make this a little bit better than the last one. Well, last one had some problems. But yeah, let's get into it. So this transfer vehicle is going to be used to go out to Eve. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, I gotta put all the sections together. I'm trying to build the entire vehicle first, and then I'm trying to do it, unlike last time, I'm trying to do it all in one craft file. Ever figured out why the engine part was fully bent on orbit? No, but I strutted the engine this time, and I'm gonna see if that actually fixes things. I have no idea why it was bent. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Currently testing the new lift jig at Boca. It's very shuttle-inspired. Told you, the shuttle is... there. You're gonna see Starship increasingly copy the shuttle more and more, because the shuttle is awesome. Yeah. What's your take on Take Two laying off KSB's technical director? I hadn't heard about that. I'll have to look into it. I'm not saying anything until I figure out what's going on. I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm going to keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Did you hear about the 3D printed rocket? Yeah, Chris, we just spent 3 hours staring at it, dude. Yeah, of course I did. Yeah, we just spent 3 hours staring at the thing. So really hoping, really jonesing for a launch today, but I guess not. Oh well. It happens. It is cool though. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Really, really interesting stuff. I didn't see it, Forge. Guys, I want to get to doing this. I want to get to doing this. I'm trying to go to Eve for a week. Yeah, Jacob, I think we all were. How do you predict the rocket to hold up? Dude, Chaos, I honestly have no idea. Oh boy, crisscross struts. Lovely. Wait, why would the struts be crisscrossed? This guy's post for later. Okay. I mean, I'm just reading it. That's a shame. Well, we'll see what happens. And Forge's link is good stuff too. All right, you guys. I don't know how I have to say this any clearer, man. I want to build this stuff, dudes. I want to build it. I'll check out all this stuff in good time. Alright, so let's jump in. So I'm noticing some symmetry errors here. I'm trying to finish up the transfer vehicle. So the hab module up front is pretty much good to go. This thing is pretty much set. We got our main hab module. We have an airlock, secondary, and then we have a secondary docking port for any ships. The pod's supposed to be up at the front. That's fine. And if, you know, once again, if we have to do an Eve flyby, we do an Eve flyby. No problem. I got fuel cells. I got solar. We have fuel for the verniers if we need that. And then the second one is where I got to put the drop tank here. So let's... let's get in here and let's get going. Alright, so take that, and now I need to go... we need a large hydrogen tank. There we go. Whitney with the raid. Thank you. How are you? Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue. My stream. What's going on, guys? Whitney, did you see about see relativity? Oh well. There will be another attempt. Well, that's not what I clicked on, but alright, that's cool. Sure, why not? Yeah, a bit sad, but better scrub than a rud. That's right, you got it. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. What? Why? I continue my battles with the Kraken here. I'm just trying to get this strut in a position where I can actually see it. There we go. Sometimes you get excess strut residue lying around. We don't want that. There we go. I found a bug. You can press F2 in the VAB and it brings up the app bar in the bottom right and also hides the top of the UI. Yoda, I think you broke something. I think you broke something, dude, because F2 is not doing anything for me right now, dude. I think you broke it. I never understood when to use stack separators versus decouplers. Stack separators separate on both sides, Doom. Stack decouplers decouple one side. Alright. So we need to outfit these things with the verniers, just like we did with that. So that means they're gonna need methane tanks. Or, yeah, methane tanks, yeah. Move the struts out like that. There we go. This also needs a probe core on it as well. Oh, where am I gonna put that?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Rocket Man, 18-month resub. Use case would be what? I don't know. Doom, what you're asking me is, what you okay? So consider this for a second. I don't know. Maybe it's a case where you need to separate both sides. So what what's the use case? What you're asking me is what? Hey, what's the use case for a wheel? I don't know. What do you need a wheel for? Hey, what's the use case for a headlight? I don't know. To see things? I don't know, man. You could use it for a bunch of different things. I can't think of a particular use case off the top of my head. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that there isn't one either. You know what I mean? All right. There we go. Probe core, and now we need batteries for this too, and this one is going to carry solar as well. There we go. Got batteries there. This one is going to carry solar and communications. Back here. There we go. All right. Excellent. There's the solar, and now I need communications. I'm not 100% sure how the comms actually, like what the comms are doing in this game, but I know we need them. That's for sure. Make sure we put those into position. That. Fold it up. There we go. Cool. Alright, now I need vernier thrusters here for this. No symmetry. No, I want one antenna facing forward and one antenna facing back. On an interplanetary ship, so like whatever transfer vehicle we send to Mars, you'd have an antenna, like you could do an antenna facing backwards and an antenna facing forwards. That way, when you're going away from Mars, right, the antenna facing backwards is pointing towards Earth, right? And then when you're coming back, the antenna facing back is pointing towards Earth, and then when you're going back, the antenna facing forward is pointing towards Earth. Yeah. Come on, you. There we go. Perfect. Just make the whole truss one big antenna. If we could do that, that would be really useful. Huh. That would be really nice. Truck. Yeah, without World Snap, you gotta be really, really careful about how you place this stuff. It's really easy for stuff to get misaligned. Alright, let's Over here, we got to do the same thing. 2 ticks up, or 2 ticks in, 2 ticks up, rotate 90 degrees. There we go. Now this next one. Two ticks in, 1, 2 ticks down, rotate 90 degrees down. There we go. Now make sure it's lined. Good. And then the next one here, we gotta move that in here like this. Then 1 tick in for that one, and boom, there you go. We got a thruster block. Forward, back, left, right, up, and down. Perfect. I'm redoing the transfer vehicle. If you saw me build this thing when we sent it to Duna a little bit earlier, I'm rebuilding it. I'm rebuilding it in a way that's using verniers because these things generate more thrust. They make more thrust than the RCS. And it's not labeled in there, but they do. So we so it'll make these things easier to maneuver around. Like when we're assembling the vehicle. And notice that my forward and back thrusters are pointing a little bit outward so they don't point at the module. That's a little bit of plausible realism that I play into. You really don't want RCS shooting at the thing that you're trying to dock to. RCS are, of course, the little tiny reaction control or little tiny rocket thrusters that you can use to maneuver around in space. Rebuilding it harder, better, faster, stronger. More than power, hour, never, ever, after, work is over. Yes, just like that, Alex. The vernier thrusters actually, because they make more thrust, they're using liquid fuel and oxidizer. But vernier thrusters are much more similar to how RCS on a real spacecraft works. Not all reaction control systems, in fact, there's not very much that use a monopropellant system like that, at least on spacecraft. Monopropellant systems are kind of something that you'd find with like a stage, second stage, first stage, stuff like that. They eat fuel, Cosmo, but yeah, I loaded the thing down with fuel. It'd be interesting if RCS imparted force on other crafts. Yeah. Well, the rocket engine's doing this game, but not the RCS. You know what? We're just gonna do those cross struts. All I need is that thing for just to really stay still. We're gonna have this probe core kind of riding on top like this. We can use our control point as the forward docking port, so having it ride up on the top like that's not that big of a deal. The next thing that I want to do is put the same type of vernier thrusters mounted on this thing. And to do that, we need the vernier tanks as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the vernier tanks and kind of clip them down in there a little ways. Make them kind of look like they're nestled in there. All right. Excellent. See where these docking ports connect, Echo? I'm going to launch it in 3 different pieces on this rocket. The rocket that we made yesterday, dude. That big boy. We're going to take each one of these. We're going to fit it inside of the fairing. Then we're going to send it. Just going to send it. You understand? Just going to send it. And hopefully my Kraken improvements to the rocket don't break things too much. And I have a theory that building all this in the same craft file and not copying one thing to another is going to make this thing a little bit more reliable. in terms of the Kraken coming and being like, yeah, you know what? I like your vehicle. It's mine now. Thanks, Mr. Kraken, but I don't want. It's not negotiable, EJ. Oh God. Oh, hamburgers. Okay. That's forward and back. Now we got to do the same operations here. Now, I know I could probably just put this all on one subassembly, but stacking physicsless parts on top of each other, the game really doesn't like that for some reason, so we're not going to. Yeah, when you get a lot of part counts, it takes a second to load up that part manager. Actually, you know what? I want to make all the thruster blocks look pretty similar. The other ones had 2 ticks out like that, so you know we want it to be nice and uniform. You know, I like to picture my thrusters, you know, wearing a tuxedo T-shirt because you know it says I want to be formal, but you know I'm here to party because I like to party and I like my thrusters to party too. I like to picture my thrusters with big angel's wings and you know singing lead vocals for Leonard Skinner. And I'm in the first row, and I've had way too much coffee. Portal turret time? Why did you have to remind me that they look like the turrets from Portal? Chat! Here I am sitting here talking about Leonard Skinner and stuff. And you're sitting here talking about Portal turrets. Anarchy! I don't know what that word means, but I like it! We're screwed up, man. Dude, we need help. We are screwed up, man. We need help. Jeez. It's funny, though. Come on. See, everybody says this world is crazy. You know what I do? I embrace the crazy. Everybody's running away from the crazy. No, your boy runs towards it. What? How do you enable the arrows for fine placement? Hit 2, Shady. Hit 2. Target lost. Are you still there? Oh, that's probably not good for it. Oh, I broke it. I really didn't mean to press that. Okay, that one has batteries, solar, and a battery, solar, and a probe core. We have the tanks for the thrusters. This one has battery, it has solar, probe core, and then avionics. This one needs an S-band antenna. We need a short-range antenna. Now, it doesn't, Kerbal Communications doesn't really work like that, but I call that one a short-band antenna because it doesn't transmit very far. Very similar to shortwave. Now, these ones up here, that's our high gain, right? Or the KU band antennas, high frequency. High frequency is better for longer distances, but it has to be more targeted. Short band, just an antenna will do it, right? Do we know if undo works okay? Untested. All right, there it is. I think that's actually everything. We have the blocks of verniers. And yeah, this should hook this whole thing together. All right, let's save this up. That didn't take too long. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, well, we're going to go back over here. We're going to set this as our main subassembly, and now we got to mess with the staging. It screwed it all up. Oh, the staging is proper messed up, mate. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, that's SRB ignition right there. That's a separator motor. That's a separator motor. That's a separator motor. Ditto. Should probably make sure that the separator motors are in the right stage, or else they'll fire when we go to launch. We don't want that. Plus in a stage in there, one engine. Game. Okay, there's the shuttle engines. That's fairing separation right there. Now we have the 3 Separatrons down there. They can go there. SLS? Pablo, it's kind of SLS, but it's kind of not. This rocket that I built here is more like direct. It's direct, but with SLS parts. So direct was a competitor to SLS when they canceled Constellation. So if we go NASA direct, here, check it out. There we go. Opposite, actually. Did I say it backwards, Alex? Sorry, I said it backwards, fellas. Sorry. Sometimes working and talking, brain don't do good much more like. Yeah, what I said about frequencies a second ago, reverse it. I was focusing on building. Sorry, fellas. Sometimes I gotta put chat in. But so, okay, Pablo, check this out. So, direct, what direct is basically a shuttle. Those are shuttle boosters, right? With an external tank, but the external tank doesn't have the point at the top. Now, you're gonna say, what's the difference between that and SLS? SLS has 5 segment boosters. So the boosters are, the SRBs on SLS are a little bit bigger. And because they're a little bit bigger, you have a bigger core stage, right? So SLS is actually a lot longer than direct would have been. Direct wouldn't have been pretty tall. Wouldn't have been that tall. So what I have basically is SLS's fairing. So if we go to SLS rocket, right? And we go look at the different versions of SLS. I took the cargo fairing from SLS Block 2. Because I like that fairing. That's a 10-meter fairing. And in game, it's 6 meters. Because, yeah, it's a 6-meter fairing in game, which is gigantic for KSP. I took that fairing. And because, see how the boosters have 5 lines in them instead of 4, like with direct? Direct is only 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And then SLS is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you go up to the top, right? The top section is just a structural carrier here. So the segments are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's a 5-segment booster, and that ends up being a lot taller. I don't have 5-segment boosters in KSP. We only have the Clydesdales. Clydesdales are a 4-segment. So what I did was I took that cargo fairing, and then I took an SLS Block 1 engine section with the 4 shuttle motors, and I combined it with the boosters and tankage from Direct. And I made a rocket that's really, really good for KSP. This is a good one, man. This rocket works really well. I even have the structural cross member exactly where it needs to be. The fuel tanks are proportioned correctly. If you want to see how I built this rocket, check out yesterday's VOD. I went in very hard detail how to make something that's virtually Kraken-proof. This rocket should not break. It shouldn't fly weird. We shouldn't have any glitches. And now that I've told you that, it's probably going to break in front of me and make me look stupid because that's what Kerbal does. But this thing is less susceptible to glitching out. The way I built this is, yeah, the game should understand it pretty well. And from our testing yesterday, it looks like it does. So right now, what I'm doing is, we have the rocket all ready to go. A cool thing that you can do in KSP is just build your payload right freaking next to it. And that's exactly what we're doing. I have 3 payloads, so one of them is there. One of them is this center section here, and then the hab section. I have 3 payloads that we're going to put on this thing, and we're going to do 3 launches with this vehicle. And we're going to dock all 3 of these together on orbit and make this gigantic freaking spaceship up in space. And then hopefully I can send the stupid thing to Eve, if the game doesn't decide to hate me. Kerbal's a little picky right now with what it does, to say the least. She's a little picky, dude. She's a little picky. It really likes to just reject you. Oh, you want to dock 2 ships together? Wait, how about I make them explode? Kerbal, Alright. Yeah, we gotta pray to the Kraken. No, we pray to the hierarchy. The hierarchy god. How you put the vehicle together has a lot to do with tempting the Kraken. That's why what I did with this vehicle. So if you're really looking at this, you're really noticing? She ain't made out of fuel tanks. That's fairings. Those are fairings with fuel tanks inside. And the fuel tanks are proportioned out correctly. They're proportioned out correctly to make an SLS-style booster. I have fuel tanks sitting inside fairings, and the fairings are all strutted together. Now, don't get me wrong. The game takes a dump when you go to try and launch this because of the unoptimized simulation. But this thing does work. It works really well. She doesn't freak out. It bends and flexes just a little bit, just how it should. If you know SLS and you know how SLS is kind of put together and stuff, all the struts are in the exact same spot. The cross member to hold the SRBs is in the exact same spot that it should be. This thing flies like the real one. Or, well, not the real one. It flies, it's a Kerbalized version mimicking the structural design. And that seems mimicking the structural design of the real booster. But, of course, it's combined into a bunch of pieces. It's like a bunch of Direct and a bunch of SLS kind of put together. So the game should understand this pretty dang well. I've noticed that just if you slap a rocket together, sometimes the game doesn't like it. Doesn't like the way you put it together. So, yeah, who knows? Alright, so we should actually be pretty good to go here. So, that has verniers. We have a probe core. We have solar. We have our propulsion strutted, right? Let's just make sure the prop is strutted because last time we went to launch this, it freaked out on us. Where does struts gone? Speaking of SLS, according to Irene Klotz, Boeing is interested in offering commercial SLS services under NSSL Phase 3. Seems a bit overkill. SLS for NSSL? Really? I didn't copy this out of anything, Rocket Guy. I built it in this craft file. Or in this JSON file. Yeah, the struts... I may have copied it and pulled it off or something. I don't know. So fellas, here's the thing about that. I think we're asking the wrong questions when you say, well, why would you offer SLS as a commercial service? What are they trying to do? If Boeing saw that there was a market share for SLS, for NSSL, right? What are you competing against? You're competing against Falcon 9, and you're competing against Vulcan and Atlas, right? Atlas initially, but Vulcan later. So the question I would ask Pigzig is, what does SLS do that those things can't? Well, what are you afforded with SLS? A lot of Delta V, a lot more Delta V. It's a much bigger rocket. So maybe we're looking at sending DoD payloads further into space, or SLS is capable of carrying a much bigger fairing. Boeing wouldn't... The way I look at it is like this. Boeing wouldn't offer that as a commercial service if there wasn't a need for a commercial service. Boeing doesn't work like that. Think about it. So my question is, the right question to ask is, what the frick are you guys planning to launch? And we'll probably never know the answer to that question. Probably never know the answer to that. It's classified. I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Space station assembly for a Department of Defense launch, Heim? Maybe. I mean, SLS would be great at yeeting one big freaking space station into space. It'd be really good at that. Yeah, dude, that vehicle would be prime for doing something like that. Literally doing what we're doing in the game right now would be awesome. So you say Space Yamato for this? Oh, please. Space Battleship Yamato. Yamato-sama. Konnichiwa. Gonna get declassified in 100 years or so. Pretty much Ohio. Yep. That guy DODs. Well, you know, and then you go about it, ask, you know, hey, is this classified or not? Of course they're not going to tell you it's classified, dumbass. Sorry, that's an old Tom Clancy quote. I'll take my time out. I try not to swear during the day, but sometimes... Che tu sta bene, Eric? Shakifa. Grazie, molto bene. Grazie. Rods from the gods. Ah, dude. Mirazis, where I'm at with Rods from the Gods is... That would be really freaking cool. Rods from the Gods would be sick. But also, if Rods from the Gods exist, that's opening up the battlefield for space in space, and we don't want that. It's like watching a nuclear blast go off. You know, you're kind of curious. You kind of want to see what that would look like. I mean, we've all seen the footage, right? You kind of want to see what that would look like, but also that means a nuke is going off. We don't want that. No quiero, por favor. No. Tungsten telephone poles. It's the most metal thing I've ever heard, but also that's kind of a violation of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, and that's something you don't want to pull out of. That would be bad. That would be bad. That would open up an arms race in space. An arms race that no one wants that. No one can write a check that big, not even Uncle Sam. You know why? Because they're the ones that came up with it. So basically a Sabo round in space. Yeah, Green. Think a service module with just a big tungsten rod. That's it. Service module deorbits the thing. The tungsten rod comes down. It'll go right through re-entry because it's freaking tungsten. And it literally relies on its kinetic energy like a Sabo round. It just... Whatever it hits, dude. When you have that much freaking kinetic energy, you don't even need an explosion. The amount of heat that thing would generate from a kinetic impact would be like a bomb going off. They basically trade the kinetic energy when it impacts into, and it swaps it into heat energy when it hits and just, yeah. Yeah, you don't want that. Dude, it would leave like a football-sized stadium crater. Seriously. Kessler syndrome, any percent speed run. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Let's do this, dudes. Let me save the vehicle here. And we will break these things down. Not like that. I really hope that didn't just delete those struts. It didn't. Wait, did it? Hold on. Yep. Okay, no, they're still there. All right, let's break these down into sub-assemblies here. Okay. Yeah, Echo, let's see. Let's see what we can do here. I'm going to leave the front fairing attachment point open. And we're going to put the docking port right here. I'm going to radial attach it and then make it look like it's in that spot. The reason why I'm going to do that is because I want to take this sub-assembly, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to go... We're going all the... Save once, save often. I know what happened. It picked up on a symmetry transform. I held it over the landing leg for a second, and it picked up on the 2x symmetry transform, and that basically scrambled that thing's brains. Yep. It's a glitch that I know about. I have it written down. We went over that symmetry problem on Monday. You can compound symmetry nodes, if that makes any sense. So, like, if you have 4 tanks in 4 times symmetry, right? So you have 4 tanks around your center tank, right? And then you try to attach something in 4x symmetry on top of that, you're going to get 16 tanks, right? 4 times 4 is 16. Yeah. We just tried to make 2 of those things, and the game went... I don't know what you want me to do with this. The game basically said, I don't know. I didn't do it. And I'm like, but you did do it, game. The game's like, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's not my name. You buzzed in. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Yeah, that's your opinion. Okay. Let's try this again. An wie geht's, mein Freund? What's up, man? Alright. Put that over there. Go over here. Take the second section. Take that out. Put that right there. Okay. And we'll slowly move the payload up into position without making sure we don't drag it over the rocket. Now, a good way to do this, guys, but you should be careful with doing this because sometimes the game doesn't like it. You could toggle enable fairing, but we don't need that. So, what I'm gonna do. Move this up here as fast as I can. And I'm going to make sure that this thing attaches once, and it attaches right there.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Excellent. Hey, Hip, thanks for the 5 subs, man. All right. Thanks, buddy. Oh, it's doing that thing again. Alright. Yeah, I know the fairing's freaking out, dudes. There's not much I can do about it. Only one side of the dang fairing goes transparent right now, so we kind of have to do something like that. There we go. All right. Okay, she's secured. Let's go in here, save the game. I'm going to save it under a different name. HLV and payloads. We'll say L1 for launch number 1. Would it help if Gizmo did the coupler out temporarily? Yeah, I mean, you could do it that way if you wanted to. Alright, dudes. And those parts can just stay in scene. Save this, and now we gotta set the staging. "10 minutes till the RS-25 Stennis static fire." Oh boy. Oh. Okay. Okay, there's the decouplers. The decouplers will go, obviously, with the separator motors. That's fairing separation. Shuttle motor ignition goes down here. Boosters go with the hold down points. So we got shuttle engine ignition, booster ignition, separation, booster separation, opening up of the fairing, separation of payload, and all this is just other stuff. Okay, guys, let's Can you take the fairings out of staging completely? You can tell it to not be staged, but the icon still shows up, so... So I just put them all at the top. Alright, let's see how good your boy built this. We can check it, Rocket Guy, sure. Good eye, Rocket. That would have sucked. Thanks, sir. Yeah, it's inheriting transforms, dude. That happens. Yeah, this is from inheriting 2 transforms in symmetry, dude. Because I put the thing in radial before everything, like when I attached the decoupler, but... Alright. Should be good now. And also, Bill needs to get the frick off of this thing. No end then! Alright. Thank you for that good QC. I appreciate that. Okay. No hitchhikers, especially in the hitchhiking pod. Alright. Here we go. All systems. Chat is pulled. Chat, are you good? Our second stage, or our core stage propellant temperatures are in family. We are good. We're go for auto sequencer start. On HLV's onboard computers have primary control of all vehicle critical functions. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. Sound suppression water system. All engines up and burning. Boosters in Ignignot. And we have liftoff. First of the 3 launches, or 4 launches to get to Eve. We've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. Just imagine in your mind that we're watching it in slow-mo. Like a slow-mo engineering cam or something. You have a lot more fun that way. Roll program complete. Roger, roll. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. Yeah, Alex, just like that. Looks good, though. She do be looking good, though. What's the TWR? It's like 1.3, 1.4 off the pad. Yeah, Matthias, yeah. Matthias, yeah, I like your name, that's cool. Dynamic pressures at 18 pascals. The rocket looks money, though. You can't say that it doesn't. Yeah, the rocket. That thing looks good. The good-looking rocket. Yeah, of course the Delta V is going down, Cosmo. Where the engines are on. Shady, it takes time, dude. Oh! Straight crash to desktop on part window opening. Damn. Oh, it didn't like that. That sucks. Alright, let me write that down. Clipped it? Yeah, it tried to load. I tried to load the part action window so I could see what the engine gimbal was set at, guys. With low simulation, and it caused the game. Dude, the game did not like that. Yep, it maxed the core. Push the core right to the limit. I'm looking at the monitor up there. Here, look. So you can see it right there. See it on the... See the line that's going off the graph right there? Yeah, that probably has something to do with it. Alright, well, nothing lost, nothing gained. Oh, now you have to see the launch again. Yeah, I know, that kind of sucks, right? I didn't know you could cal overclock your CPU cores in real life. You just make a joke, Phenos. Good one. I'll take a scotch with water. Hold the scotch. Did you just make a joke, Bobby? Yes, I did. Good one. Ha 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 ha. Send a static fire in 12 minutes? Oh, why didn't you tell me, Alex? Jeez. Okay, I'm trying to get this. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I'm trying to get this thing into space before that happens. But the Kraken is not cooperating with me. Hey, I can make a rocket that survives the fizz simulation just fine. If the CPU core maxes out, there's really nothing I can do, man. Now that's some high quality H2O. Oh! You got him right in the head. Are you trying to be sarcastic or not? I can't tell. Yes. So they're going to test out an SLS engine here at the top of the hour. I'm hoping we get this in time. Lamette, the relativity scrub, they had problems with propellant, second stage propellant. Any reason why part action windows need to make... Another reason why part action windows need to make a comeback. Yeah. I mean, I've told them about it, but I'll make another note. I'll just write this note as PAW, please. SLS engine, more like shuttle engine. Deep. Yeah, pretty much, Stuart. That's exactly what's going on. The Kraken's like... Yeah, see, I'm not stuck in a room with the Kraken. The Kraken's stuck in a room with me! I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me! And the Kraken saw, oh, he's trying to launch the rocket again. Nope. Okay. Yeah, well, guess what? Guess what, Kraken? I know you didn't like it, but guess what? Oh, the staging isn't right. I'll be fine. Check. Yo, staging, dog. The docking adapter. Oh, the docking adapter. Oh! Ah! Okay. Thank you. CTD, crash to desktop, hug. Yeah. Kerbal, did not like what I had to offer. I'm like, hey, Kerbal, you want to try launching this? And Kerbal's like, hey, EJ, no, I don't. I'm like, well, okay. Hey, EJ, here's a bug. Cool, Phil. All right. Once this sim is dialed in, that's gonna look amazing. Okay. Go for roll program. Program complete. Roger roll. Oh, that thing looks cool, man. going a little bit fast. 166 at 2,000. That's pretty quick. I'll try to see if we can give these things a little bit of a ramp on the throttle here. Seconds into the flight, throttling down. I mean, I know the frames suck, guys. That's no secret here, but also this is because of high part count, man. This is the first of 3 payloads I need, inertia, to get an Eve flyby. I'm going. I just was having so many problems with the rockets and the payloads, I had to rebuild them all from scratch because the game hates me. I'm pretty sure the game hates everyone right now, though, so, you know. What's the part count? 300-400 parts. Will you gonna land? Will I land? I don't know, man. I kind of was thinking maybe just a flyby is good enough for now, dude. And maybe the next attempt will land. Yeah, maybe queer. Dynamic pressure's at 21 pascals and going down. We are past maximum dynamic pressure. That's good. This will help keeping the engines throttled like that. We'll get above 10 and then we'll get the engines out of the throttle bucket. Loading the part action window with low frames, with low simulation rate, crashed the game. I maxed the core out. We went. Pause the simulation to actually don't screw that. Don't pause it. I'll just get rid of the sound for a second. Opening up the part action window. They're obviously on the part action window. Whatever software is governing that is on the same core as the physics simulation. We maxed the core out. Core clock speed went past 4.8 gigs, and then it was like, no. I think that's how you say that. Yeah, I would say with high part counts and low simulation, pause the game when you open the part action window. Alright. Secondary pitch over here. Throttle the engines back up. Yep, this one's looking real good. Yeah, Hellfish, I saw that, dude. That engine in the top right is a shuttle or an SLS engine test. That should be going off here within a couple seconds, actually. Okay, everything's looking good here. That's a live shot of the Fred Hayes test stand where they're testing out SLS motors. Okay, thrust tail off on the SRB, standing by for separation. Guys, what I'm gonna do here, believe it or not, is drop a quick save right before this happens because, yeah, they're gonna separate the threads. It's gonna take a second to stage. It might crash the game based off of what I saw a second ago. Staging. Okay, no, we're good. Good separation. Guidance systems now converging. Core stage. On-orbit computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel. Scrubbed, Ocean Dash. Good sep. Repeat, good separation. We copy on the sep chat. Looking real good. Too much wind? No, fuel problems, believe it or not. Everybody thought it was the wind, but they never said the wind was a problem. This is the first of 3, Schmoog, to assemble a vehicle that gets us there. We need a big transfer vehicle. Tennis is gonna start soon. Okay. Stand by for PLF jettison. Fairing separation confirmed. Oh, that's cool. That's correct, Erudite. Yeah, these engines that are on the bottom here, a real one of those is going to get tested here in a second. That thing's a little wiggly, isn't it? It's a little wiggly. She do be wiggling, though. Oh, all right. All right, let me pause it. Freeze it, tank. Let me pause the sim for a second, and we will just real quick go see what's going on over here. So one of those engines that you saw sitting on the back of the core stage here, if we go into a side-by-side, see on the back of my vehicle, those 4 engines? That's one of them. That's what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be this. That's an RS-25E. It's SLS's kind of next-generation motor, and they're going to do a test with it. As you can see, all the turbine machinery is cooled down. The engine is bled. It's thermally conditioned, meaning that means the engine is primed. If you see ice on the pipes like that, that means she's primed. It's ready to go. What duration today? I'm going to guess full duration, so 500 seconds, if I had to guess. Let me just go out over here like this. Actually, let me go back to this real quick. I'm going to get the mixer.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Move the mixer over here. Let's just see what we got here real fast. Oh, they keyed on the audio. We're going to get an ignition here in a second. Hey, Lamette, welcome back, man. Tier 1, welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up. And Perky's here too, 58 months. Thank you. All right. Is it normal to test engines that far in advance of a launch? Yeah, kebab. Oh, there we go. Hell yeah. You see that thing go? Oh. Everything looks good. That's cool, man. RS-25E test fire. Where's the flame? They didn't show the business end. They'll cut to it in a second, dude. I believe that quickly. I'm telling you, these RS-25s are beastie, man. Yep. Yeah, if you look over there, it's gimbaling around. Yep. I wish they'd show it. Oh, there we go. Hello, babe. I like this part. Very nice. So, guys, you'll be able to see them throttling back the engine here. See that? See the shock cone right there? This thing right here? It'll actually move up when they throttle the engine back. Like that. Oh! Throttle back to 66%. Engine's into the throttle bucket, just like what we did in Kerbal. We just did that. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Execute throttle 66. All right. In another 20 to 30 seconds, they'll crank that sucker back up. It's a newly made engine, XL. Yep. How did the insulated electrical wires not melt? Well, they're frozen. Is the end of that sentence, dude. Okay, they're gonna throttle it back up. Watch the shock cone. This piece, it'll start to go back down. Engine's still into the throttle bucket here. 144 seconds in. There we go. Go at throttle up. There's your go at throttle up. Back up to 109% of rated performance. Oh, that's freaking cool, dude. I do see the dancing pins. Yeah, look at it. You don't have to worry about the turbine machinery getting hot. Or the electrical wires around the turbine machinery getting hot. They're freaking freezing, dude. I'd be worried about freezing something. It's a newly built RS-25E and the motor's brand new. Sean gifted a sub to Boo, and the alert didn't even pop. Hold on. There we go. Look at it. The rocket is moving gas so much it's creating a vacuum inside of the test stand. There's a vacuum. Everything in the air is getting pulled down from the gases that are getting expelled. See how all the ice coming off of it is getting pulled down? Dude, it's creating a vacuum in the test stand. It's so freaking cool, dude. Yeah, Ohio. Yeah, it's Bernoulli, man. The flame trench is just a big Venturi, and it's pulling all the gases right into it, dude. Yeah, you're right, man. Absolutely. No, it's outside, Queart. Rockets move enough gas to actually just make a vacuum. It's like think about it like a whirlpool in the bathtub, but with gas. It has enough force to just literally do that. It's just pulling all that gas in. That's fine with me, Bandit. I'll trade shuttle engines for boots on the moon, dude. I'm good with that. How tall is that funnel? The test stand is gigantic, Alter Ego. It's freaking huge. Look at the railings up there on the top left. You see the railing? The railing is 1 meter tall. That test stand is freaking gigantic. I mean, it has to hold that stupid thing down. That thing doesn't want to be near the ground. It wants to go up. And you know what the crazy part is? That's not even the biggest test stand. That's Dennis. That's one of the smaller ones. That's the Fred Hayes test stand, the A2 test stand. It's tiny. That's a small test stand. 312 seconds into the flight. Everything is looking good. Once they start to approach, you see the clock in the top right? Once that clock starts to get past 450 seconds, you'll start to see the engine throttle down for main engine cutoff. It'll throttle back to 66 and then it'll shut off. I could hold it down if I felt like it. This is live, Billy B. Yep. Hydrogen and oxygen from an RS-25, Bacon. It's a beast. That's why the flames are so clear coming out of it. You burn something that burns hydrogen and oxygen. Guess what comes out the back? Water vapor. Yep. It's just steam. Steam comes out the back. Very clear. Can't have carbon emissions if there's no carbon in the combustion. 5 head. Is it a smoke test? No. What they're doing is, guys, to make sure that they don't melt anything below the rocket engine. Usually stuff that goes below a rocket engine you're going to lose. But to keep the flame trench from melting, that flame diverter, they're basically pouring water into the flame trench to make sure that the test stand doesn't destroy itself. So they can keep diverting the flames out and not just into the ground. It's vaping. We get it. You vape. They are making clouds. Yep. The space shuttle engine's byproduct is water vapor, right? There's the throttle. They're starting to throttle back. The space shuttle engines and the SLS engine, it's hydrogen and oxygen. Its byproduct is water vapor. This thing makes so much precipitation, it can rain. It rains around Mississippi because of the engine test. True story. Well, okay, throttling back right around 420 seconds. That's the meme number. That's the meme number, isn't it? Okay. Should be coming up on engine cutoff here around 500 seconds. Around 8 minutes to flight. This is simulating an entire ascent for SLS. That girl is on fire. RS-25, the cloud maker. Indeed. "25 seconds. Engine is throttling back. "15 to MECO. Engine down to 66%. 10 seconds. 5. Okay, should have engine cut off here in a moment. What are they trying to do with this test? Oh my goodness. There we go. Holy crap. What? Whoa. Okay, there's engine cutoff. Dude, how long was that? A little extra credit indeed. What the heck kind of ascent are you trying to do with this thing? Damn, dude. That's past 500 seconds. That's absurd. To the moon! Wow. I thought they were going right to 500. That's usually where they go. My bad, dudes. They went to 520 seconds. Wow. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous performance, man. 520-second burn. Guys, rockets.
This concludes the live broadcast of today's RS-25 engine test on the Fred Hayes test stand at NASA's Stennis Space Center. Please check the NASA Stennis website and social media channels for additional information about today's test as well as upcoming hot fires. Thank you for tuning in and for your ongoing support of NASA and NASA Stennis. Please join us now in viewing a NASA Stennis video titled Part of Something Great.
That's a heck of a bit of performance, dudes. How much power does the engine have? 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust from the shuttle motor at 450 seconds specific impulse. 450. All right, so I'll speak in car terms here for a second. That's like getting 100 miles a gallon and making 1,000 horsepower. Okay? The shuttle engine is an absolute monster. It is a monster of an engine. It's still good, even by today's standards. Dude, I'd like to see another engine that can do a 520-second burn and not completely obliterate itself. That's what I was trying to say. It is ridiculous that you can fire a first stage engine for that long. Think about this for a moment, all right? Merlin engines on the Falcon 9. And once again, I am not bashing Falcon 9 by any means. Merlin engines can only fire for about 2 minutes 30 seconds sustained. Why? Because they don't need to fire for much longer. Most first stage engines cannot fire for 8 freaking minutes. That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous amount of time. Most engines would just eat themselves alive if you try to run it that much. The rocket engine only designed to be running for first stages for 8 minutes, second stages 6.5, something like that, before you start breaking things. The fact that the shuttle engine can just power to a 520-second full duration firing with throttling is absurd. That is insane performance. Like, dude, I'm not even entirely sure a Raptor could do something like that. Raptor probably can. If there's any other engine that could do something like that, it's probably Raptor. But that is ridiculous. It cannot be understated cannot be overstated how insane a performance that actually is. That's ridiculous performance. Chief, F1 engines? F1 engines burn for 2 minutes 30 seconds, and then that's it. F1 engines are one and done. The engine cannot... Dude, you can't even relight them. Even if you, somehow got a Saturn V first stage engine back, the engine would be toast. F1 engines, the Saturn V motors, are basically like Top Fuel dragster engines back in the day. Or not even back in the day. They're Top Fuel dragster motors. Meaning that you're one go and then rebuild the dang thing. The fact that shuttle engines can do a 5 minute 20-second burn and also be reused after that is bananas. It's a shame that those engines are being tossed, but also, that's nice. 8 minute 40-second burn, Orion. Dude. An 8 minute 40-second burn would be a MEO insertion if I'm thinking about this correctly. Okay, so most rockets, dudes, they go into low Earth orbit first. So we'll take the Apollo missions. The Apollo missions, they launched. The third stage, the LEM and the CSM, made it into a parking orbit in low Earth orbit. So that parking orbit would have been 160 by 160 miles, so 170, so 200 kilometers circular, somewhere around there, and then they would go to the moon. SLS with that type of burn, with an 8 minute 40 burn, is aiming for MEO insertion, medium Earth orbit. That's going to shoot that thing. It's going to shoot that thing into a trajectory with an apogee of well above 1,000 miles or 1,600 kilometers. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Screw low Earth orbit. We don't need to go to low Earth orbit. The SLS core can get you to medium Earth orbit. Direct to MEO, man. That's unreal. What they're asking physics to do there is bananas. I'm getting hyped up over that, man. I'm getting freaking hyped up over here. And look, our rocket is doing the same thing. Medium rare orbit. What if they want their orbits well done? What's the benefit of that? Further you can get away from Earth's grav well, the less delta V you need to go anywhere else, Natch. Yeah, the further you can get away from Earth's grav well, dude. Think about if you're going to the moon in KSP. You're going to the moon. A lot of raising your apogee, right? For translunar injection is in the first couple of minutes, right? It slowly moves up, and then once you get past a certain point, it's really easy to raise your apogee, right? Because you're further away from the grav well. Yeah, inserting into MEO will make Orion and the EUS be able to move more tonnage out to the moon. And that's, if I had to guess, that's the reason why they're doing it. 120 tons to MEO? Oh, I would say, Hellfish, yeah. The Block 1B variant's going to be even more. Can you imagine that thing? An SLS Block 1B putting an EUS, an Orion, and payload into medium Earth orbit? That's insane. Dude, Frick the Saturn V. We don't need the Saturn V. We got that. That's ridiculous capability. Like, holy balls. I cannot, that is absurd. That thing could move a 120-ton block of concrete into 1,000 by 1,000 orbit. That's unreal. Oh, man, dude, I'm jonesing, man. The future is going to be friggin' sweet, man. The future's going to be sweet. Yeah, and if you add, exactly, Hellfish, you add that and the carbon BOLE boosters, the carbon composite boosters that they want to put on SLS, they want to replace SLS's steel boosters, guys, with carbon casing boosters, and that makes it even lighter. That increases your throw weight even more. Dude, SLS is going to dunk on Saturn V in the future. It's going to be ridiculous.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's going to dunk on it hard. That's going to be insane. That's going to be ridiculous, man. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready, dude. I want it. I want it, man. Has any talk show ever invited you to talk about rockets? No, I've been on a couple of podcasts before, Jadam, but no. I do that here. I invited myself on my own talk show to talk about rockets. Right? The last test did 600 seconds. That's 10 minutes. Phil. Okay, Phil, let's get into EJ's wild space fan theories, okay? They're looking at 8-minute 30, 10-minute tests, dude. With BOLE, RS-25Es at 109% that can burn for 10 minutes straight. And obviously the EUS. Dude, that is like 120 tons to MEO. Easily 120 tons. You know why? You know why they're doing that? You know why they're doing that? Lander. Lander. They want a lander for SLS. They want a lander, dude. Single stage to MEO. Almost, Jacob. It's close, dude. They want a lander. They want SLS to be able to put the EUS, a lander, and Orion into space. Calling it now. That's what they want. They want to put a lunar lander in that thing, Phoebe, so they're trying to squeeze all the performance out of SLS they possibly can. What is MEO? MEO. Medium Earth Orbit. Here. Please hold. I'm pulling up a diagram. Yeah, here you go. Look at this graph! So, this shows low Earth orbit, medium, and then where everything else is. There's GPS, global positioning, geostationary. MEO is out here, dude. MEO is anything, like there's the ISS, for instance, right? And then there's the Van Allen belts. There's where Hubble is. That's where Iridium and Starlink and stuff is. SLS will be able to put stuff out here somewhere. Well into medium Earth orbit. Medium Earth orbit is basically from here to about here. Low Earth orbit is anything from there down. That's bananas capability. That, dude, that cannot be stated. Dude, that's better than Saturn V. Like, way better than Saturn V. Oh, man, that thing is going to be cool. Link? Sure. Neil Armstrong backwards is Nort's Mr. Alien. Yeah, of course. So, fellas, I actually have this teed up. We're talking about this one right here. SLS Block 1B Crew and Cargo. That's the version of SLS that they want. That's the one that launched on Artemis 1. But this thing, with that kind of capability, with a better third stage on it, and then a lander inside of that fairing right there with the capsule on top, oh my goodness. Oh man, this rocket's gonna be nuts. And you know what the best part is? You know what the best part about this whole thing is? We have that, and we have Starship on top of it. It's like my old man told me one time, Chad, the only thing better than one crawfish dinner is 5 crawfish dinners. Yeah, why have one super heavy lift rocket when you could have 2? Why have 2 when you could have 3? Please, more rockets. I showed you pictures of all the rockets. Please respond. Anyway, let's get back to our mission. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. No coal rolling? Says who? And crawfish, too. Yeah. Get some crawfish, man. Alright, we're crossing 1800. Check the map view. I need my vitamins from that fruit cup. Spells, give me your cocktail fruit. No, if I don't get it, then I won't have my vitamins. Do you know who you're dealing with? Anyway, sorry, I was getting super hyped up there. Speaking of ridiculous payload. That's a nice plane, Snackless. Rolling coal idiots have... About, yeah, that isn't anything we didn't know, dude. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. Rolling coal is kind of cool. That's pretty cool. But not when you blow a bunch of coal dust or carbon soot in somebody's face. That's not cool. That's like people that smoke blowing cigarette smoke in your face. That's not cool. Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool. Don't do that. That's dumb. Relativity confirmed for Saturday. Crap! Oh, well, yeah, that's a dick move. Yeah. That is not a very pro gamer move. Now, diesel trucks are cool. I'm not going to sit here and say that diesel trucks aren't cool. Diesel trucks are very cool. But rolling coal in someone's face is not cool. Yeah, but rolling coal in someone's face, that's not cool. Okay, now attention students, yeah, we do not want you to roll coal in people's face, okay? Okay, we have Miko. Okay, we didn't want to do that. That's not cool. Okay. Yeah, Linux, that's lame. I mean, personally, Linux, like, you know, I wouldn't want somebody to roll coal in my face unexpectedly, but I would absolutely stand in the exhaust of a diesel truck willingly. Like, just, taste the carbon. But unexpectedly, yeah, no, I'm not cool with that. Don't do that. Jackal, for the last time, my name is not Garrison's son, alright? Okay? And this is not Hat's son. And y'all better start talking in a manner that I can understand. Oh, Garrison-san, サブシだね。そうですね. Oh, dang it, this is not Japan! It's a good episode, man. I mean, to be honest with you fellas, rolling coal is super inefficient, so yeah, enjoy the gas, enjoy the bill, enjoy the fuel bill, if you want, I suppose. May I get permit? Yeah. Oh, Chim Pokemon. What is primary objective? Miko, main engine cutoff. Lean is mean. Yeah, I mean, the diesel engine's got to make more power. You run lean, it's just going to make it's going to be a little bit hotter. All right, so we got a good insertion here. Let's see if we can sep the payload. We are go for payload sep. Payload separation confirmed. My vehicle is not out of fuel, lady. Where's the fuel? Oh, wait, we do have fuel. Okay, cool. Hello? What do you mean no ComNet connection? F5, F9. Not Kraken proof? I said the rocket wasn't Kraken proof. I never said anything about the payloads. Yeah. Why don't you take that blasphemy and cram it right up your cram hole, LaFleur? My vehicle is not out of fuel, lady. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, relax. Marvin, how you doing? You okay? He's fine. All right, so just like the SLS core, guys, I put myself into an orbit that will make sure that the core stage re-enters. It's 9 by 105. So my apogee is high. And now what we're going to do is we're going to use the vernier thrusters on this payload here to circularize. And that's why I'm like, no, I'm not out of fuel. You're out of fuel. Got him. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. Stiffener ring separation confirmed? Something? Yep, alright. Well, that's not going to work. I think it's hilarious how much sound and effort people put into keeping up with your electric car to try and prove something to someone when I'm just going normally and not pushing at all. Aquilex, that's just a car guy thing, honestly. I don't know if, I never really talked to you about that. I don't know if you're that much of a car guy. Dude, people do the same thing with a Mustang. I just let them go. I'm just like, alright. This is my daily driver, right? Like, I don't need to go fast on the street. That's just boy racer stuff. I wouldn't pay it any mind, dude. Is the car fun? Then it's a cool car. Well said, Retzel Pretzel. All right, let's boost up the orbit here. We're approaching AP, so best time to circularize, fellas, if you're newer to KSP, is at your AP. You want to circularize here, because when you work on your orbit in space, like when you're trying to change your orbit, the best place to change it is the opposite side of where it actually is. So if I want to increase perigee, burning prograde at AP will boost perigee. Burning retrograde at AP will decrease perigee, or periapsis, the lowest point in the orbit. Simultaneously, burning prograde at perigee will increase AP. Burning retrograde at perigee will decrease AP. You gotta speed up to slow down and slow down to speed up. In space, everything is backwards. The closer to the ground you are, the faster you need to go. Hey Bruce, 5-month resub. Did you check out F1 this past weekend? I did. The F1 race was okay. I was pretty happy with it, but the Indy race was the best, dude. The Indy race at St. Petersburg was a much more fun race to watch. Officer, I sped up to slow down. Yep. McLaren fan here. We are. Oh, Norath, I'm sorry. Zach's got to make some adjustments, homie. Otmar made him look pretty stupid. I mean, they didn't do that much better. But, yeah. Indy race was trying to be NASCAR. Dude, it was such a fun race. I enjoyed the heck out of that race. I don't know about you guys. Oh, balls. Did we run out of Methalox that quickly? Nice to see Alonso on the podium. Oh, Rab. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a Ferrari fan. I used to hate Alonso. And then after that, I really liked Alonso. And then after that, I will root for whoever Alonso drives for. If that makes any sense. All right, well, this was a scrub out, dude. I'm out of fuel. I didn't realize the verniers were that. It looks like they're not nearly as efficient as they are in in Kerbal 1. So we're gonna need more fuel on this payload. So we get to launch it again. I like that Checo said he enjoyed 3 Red Bulls on the podiums. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I misjudged the fuel. I zigged when I should have zagged. Sorry, guys. We gotta go again. First pink Mercedes and now green Red Bull? Hey. Trust Papa Stroll, okay? Papa Stroll knows what's good. You can trust Papa Stroll. "45-minute launch reset." Sorry. I done messed up, Ron. Maybe there's a better way to do it. What's the specific impulse of that? 330 on the Ant motors, but they don't really make that much thrust. How much thrust do the Verniers make? Huh. Yeah. What if he drives for Ferrari? Who? Alonso? Alonso already drove for Ferrari, dude, from like, what was it, 2009? Or no, 2010 to 2013 or something like that? Ah, there we go. 12. Oh, wow. They got a real big nerf. 140. 260 actually isn't that bad. I'm pretty sure that's actually what they were. 12 kilonewtons. Yeah, see, those ones are even worse. Yikes. Okay. The guy you want to root for. Alonso? Yeah, I'll root for Alonso no matter what team he's on, dude. Because I used to hate him because he was a really good driver, right? And even later, like, and then he drove for the team that I like. And then after that, I was like, yeah, okay. You have the same question as Revs. Do I need a degree in astrophysics in order to play this game? No, Southern. I'll see Revs' question in a second. Southern, this game, dude. Okay, there's this thing about rocket science, dudes. Okay, so first of all, I understand it pretty well. Look at me. I'm a freaking moron. Like, second of all, there's this thing about rocket science, okay? Jokes aside, only partially. Guys, the thing about rocket science is that it's not... Rocket science is actually pretty damn easy to understand. It's not too bad. I've been teaching people about this stuff for the better part of a decade here on Twitch. It's not that hard to explain what's going on. If you can understand why if you inflate a balloon and you blow it up and then you let it go and it does the... If you understand what's going on there, you can understand what a rocket engine does. It's not that complicated. It's literally just heating up gases. It heats up gases through chemical deflagration, through combustion, and just accelerates those gases out of a tube. That's it. It's not that complicated. And Kerbal is not that complicated in that regard. Here's the thing. Rocket science is hard to do. It's not hard to understand. It's hard to do. I love this stuff, and I know a pretty good deal about rocket engines. I still won't go and try and build one. Maybe except if it's like an Estes rocket or something. Because I know good and well that I would not be able to do that. Rocket science is really difficult to do. It's really hard. But learning it is actually not too bad. If you understand how physics work, basic physics, if you have a basic physics class, you can understand it. If you passed physics in high school, even like with a C or a D, like me. I got a D in physics. I was not good at physics at the time. Yeah, easy to understand. Not too bad. I can teach it to you guys if you want to chill here. With that being said, Kerbal 2 does have tutorials built into it. You don't need an astrophysics degree in this game. Long story short. But it definitely will help. It'll definitely make you better at it. It's an aluminum tube. Tube. I have the same question that Revs. Okay, Revs, what's your question? Not sure how it happens, but in KSP2, I often get issues with the camera. After separation, it focuses on something random. Hit the home key and see what happens. What if he drives for Ferrari next? I'll root for him, Aqualux. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, but... Yeah, so Southern, dude, you don't need an astrophysics degree to play this game, but it would help. But honestly, rocket science is easy to explain. I can explain it. It's not that complicated. You take a lot of hot gas and you accelerate it out of a tube. That's it. How do you get a gas to accelerate? Well, if you compress a gas, it'll accelerate, which is basically we just stumbled upon the kind of run-of-the-mill garden variety rocket design. It's called a convergent divergent design. Picture an hourglass in your head, with the explosion happening at one end of the hourglass, and then that explosion getting pinched in the throat of the hourglass, the skinniest part, and then expanding and blowing out the back end. That's it. That's all. It's not complicated. What I just said there is hard to do. That is hard to do. It's hard to make that happen without the thing shattering into a bajillion pieces. Kind of like a fart. A fart would be more like a variable geometry nozzle. So a fart would be more like a jet engine. I mean, hey, you brought it up, brother. You brought it up. A fart is kind of more like vectored thrust because you can change the geometry of the nozzle. Hi, I would need help with a mission in KSP-1. I need to maintain a stationary orbit over a specific point. I've achieved the required orbit, but unfortunately the point is on the other side of Kerbal. So Scott, lower... So you're 2863.3, right? 2863, or 28,863 kilometers is what you need to be. Lower the PE a little bit, and you'll speed up, and you'll move forward over the point. Just keep going through that orbit until hopefully you time it right, so you're back at 2863 right when you're over the target. Circularize at 2863 again. You're good to go. Easy peasy. Not difficult. Change the orbital period. Changing the orbital period will change the RPM between the rotation of Kerbal and your satellite. A geosynchronous orbit basically is an orbit that has an orbital period that is correlative to the day-night cycle of the celestial body that you're orbiting around. It takes 24 hours for a day on Earth, right? A satellite that's in a 24-hour orbit, meaning it takes 24 hours to do one orbit, will appear to just kind of rotate with Earth. That's what you're trying to do. Now, in real life, that's 23,000 miles, or about 38,000 kilometers that way. Yeah, it's a long way. On Kerbal, though, it's 2,800 kilometers. 2,800.3 kilometers. So 2,863,300 meters up. Yeah, circularize at that. But getting to the right position, you have to change the orbital period, so the rotation rate of Kerbal and the orbit per time, your orbital period is changing. You got to differentiate it, and that will make you move around. Can you use farts as RCS in space? Honestly, XL, not enough thrust. No, not enough thrust. We are a highly evolved, complicated biological system. We're not that. No, not that complicated. Above the equator, you can shift it a little ways, Willie. You could shift it. It doesn't necessarily have to be above the equator. That's the difference between geostationary and geosynchronous. The reason why is because of Earth's axial tilt. It doesn't necessarily need to be on the equator, but yeah, that's really kind of where you want to be. Yeah, no problem, Scott. Yeah, guys, just on a side note, you have questions about KSP-1, KSP-2. I have 15,000 hours in KSP-1. And we've probably crossed about 100 hours in KSP-2 at this point. But, yeah, I'm good at this. Except when I forget to put fuel on my stupid rocket. But even me, I make mistakes, dude. I'm not perfect. I'm trying. You don't know me. I do know you. You can do vectoring with your rear end. Well, Zwink, I'm pretty sure no one wanted to know that information, but you know, that's good. that's good, man, or something. That's good to know, bro, or whatever. I'm sure on some planet your technique is very impressive, but your weak link is This is Earth. My nuts to your foot style. How'd you like it? That was the wrong button. Maybe we could try for a better... Where's that fairing? Oh, come on. Where's the forward skirt fairing? Don't delete it. Oh, spank you. I have a list of bugs going. Yeah, I'm writing down a list of bugs that I encounter. I've encountered this one before. I don't know what causes it, fellas. For whatever reason, sometimes the game deletes fairings. I had a fairing in here that's supposed to bridge this gap, and it doesn't work. It just deleted it. The weird part is, and the weird part about this is if I load up the HLV Primecraft file before I even started building payload, it'll be deleted in this one as well. See? Now, I'm not 100% sure if that fairing is deleted or if the game's just not showing it. So let's isolate that as much as we can and do a little bit of this. KSB2, hey, 2 KSB1 questions. All right, hit me. What's up, Pink? Yeah, that's what I did, Linux. For going interplanetary, is there a readout of your ejection angle? I know how to eyeball an ejection angle to prograde. What about your retrograde? Get Kerbal Engineer Redo, Pink, if you want that information. I don't think there's any way for the stock game to tell you, but if you get a mod called KER, Kerbal Engineer Redux, that will tell you that information. Yeah, Linux, I got a gnarly, well, not a gnarly list. It's not that big. It's not as big of a list as you might think, but this is all different bugs that I've encountered. I'm going to send this right off to Nate, dude. That's what I've been doing. Come on, come back. Please come. Oh. I'm going to make a note. Restarting fixes it. Actually, Zaw, it's only one page right now. So, fellas, when I write down bugs, I have to make sure that the bug that I'm writing down is something that is repeatable. If the game just randomly crashes, it's really hard to repeat those circumstances, right? So I'm trying to write down bugs that I know would be easier for the dev team to squash, because most likely, like the super glaring ones, someone's already reported them, you know? So, yeah, the super, like, glaring, like, this is a big problem ones, I just kind of let that I let those ones go because I know everybody knows about it. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. Getting 5 frames a second at launch. I'm pretty sure the developers know that the simulation is unoptimized, so I wouldn't even bother reporting that. That's not even worth it. There's no point in reporting that. That's obviously, right? Like, we know that that's happening, so I wouldn't even bother. But something like the fairings deleting themselves, that's a problem that I've run into. And by reloading it and showing that that fairing redrew itself after restarting the game and reloading the craft file tells me that it's visual. The fairing is there, the game isn't rendering it. So that's what I wrote down. So let's go back to what I was doing. I was doubling up the amount of fuel that we need here. Double the amount of fuel should be able to get me where I want with this. We just have to be careful with our orbital insertion with the rocket. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. HLV. Payloads, launch 1. Overwrite. All right, let's go. Whatever it has to do with the individual part, I just remember that it's destroyed. Well, if it's a render issue, Aqualex, I don't think it has anything to do with part ID. Like, this isn't something that's going to break the craft file, right? I don't think it has anything to do with that. It has to do with render layers. So I don't necessarily think that's JSON. That's JSON file oriented. That's something to do with the renderer. So that's like a back-end, not a back-end process in the game, but that's on the graphics side of things, dude. That's the part that I actually know really well. It has to do with render layers. Now, the JSON file might be glitching out, and it might be telling it that it's invisible, or the fairing is disabled, or it's on a different render layer. Like, it's possible, but yeah, I don't know. About... Why? Why do you do this to me? Can you stop just spouting stuff that doesn't have to do with anything in the chat for me, man? Please. It makes it really hard to read the chat when you're going la 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 in chat. Can we not do that? Like, I try as best as I can to keep up with chat. You don't make my job easier.
Discovery, go and throttle.
Thanks, Getty. I appreciate that one, man. Various 38-month resub. Yeah, Novus, we'll have to check. All right. Let's try this again. If not, I can take care of it. Nah, Laruka, I wouldn't do that. All right, here we go. Sound suppression system is on. We got liftoff. Is the docking port whacked out? Oh, it better not be. Nope, docking port's good. Crystal, hi, thanks for the content. I'm on a bug that I can't solve. My nav ball says stuck even if I change target and I can't vector. Hit the delete key. Crystal, try that. Like, seriously, the delete key. You might be in docking mode. It's on purpose downtown. Did it work, Crystal? Did you get it? Okay, I sent a lander to Minmus, got all the way and forgot the Kerbal in the lander. Yeah, we've done that before. I've done that before downtown. But see, the difference is when I do it, it's like super embarrassing because, you know, there's a lot of people watching. It's super embarrassing, man. Yeah, it happens. Guys, it's Kerbal. Embrace the suck. It's KSP. What do you want? I know, free, right? Isn't that cool? 6 frames is enough to play? Yeah. So, maybe not for the average person. Halizev, I don't care. Like, it doesn't bother me. It's not anything that I wouldn't be launching in KSP 1 with a crazy high part count, dude. I'm indifferent. Now, don't get me wrong. With that being said, simulation needs to get better than this. I really hope we don't get 5 frames a second on the simulation rate per launch. That would really, really suck. I hope they optimize it, and they will. I have it on pretty good word from the devs that they will fix it. But damn, dude, yeah, this isn't. You know, it kind of sucks, but it isn't anything that I ain't used to, man. Like I said, it's Kerbal. Embrace the suck. I'm interested in getting into this series. Would you recommend playing the old one? Playing the old one is a more complete game right now. The old one's a more complete game, dude. 2, it'd be good to get in on the ground floor. 2 has better tutorials. 1 has no tutorials. So, if you want to get in on the ground floor, it might be a good idea to get in on the ground floor with KSP 2. But KSP 1 is a much more complete game at this point. Yeah, maybe Aqualex. Yeah, it's possible. Have you tried the new GPU on KSP 1? No, never. 1 does have tutorials. Are you talking about KSpedia? Yeah, Jadam, I'll do it. Just let me, guys, if you don't want to, if you're hesitant on buying KSP2 right now, just let me suffer through it. I'll suffer through the suck for you. Don't bother me. And then when the game is complete, I'll tell you when you get a better sim rate, but I personally just like sitting here and looking at that. That's pretty sweet looking. Alright, let's pitch over again. You can mute the music, or you can mute the game. Either one, failures. Personally, I don't like muting either one of those. Can I ask a non-KSP question? That depends. What's on your mind, Death? I mean, yeah, it takes forever for the rocket to get up into space, but damn, do I like looking at it. When is the last time you played RRO? I haven't played in months, dude. I'd like to get back into it, dude, but I got way too much on my plate. Okay. Thrust tailing off on the SRBs, standing by for separation. Good sep, chat. I modeled the separation after the shuttle, Okami, or SLS. I mean, take your pick. One eye, it doesn't bother me, dude. Like I said, it ain't anything. Launching the Endurance in KSP1, the last thing that we were doing in KSP1 took this long. Nobody was batting an eye then. Go figure. Oh, no, not that low. Yeah, the boosters, yeah, we won't get them back. I mean, it really depends on their ballistic arc. Let me take a look. I might be able to circularize before they delete themselves, but yeah, we're just gonna fly this sucker up into space. There are action groups, yep. Stand by for PLF jettison. Yeah, Clown, I'm with you on that one. The bugs don't bother me, dude. Embrace the suck. It's Kerbal. Deal with it. Figure out ways around it. That's what I like doing, man. It's my jam, dude. It's fun. Fairing separation confirmed. Yeah, one eye, it doesn't bother me. Night Skull, is this mission mode? Dude, honestly, no. The game is so absurdly glitchy right now that there's no mission mode nor engineering mode. There's just try to get the game to work. If this was mission mode, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere near launching into space, dude. The game is a little rough. It's a little rough for mission mode, man. I mean, I'd do it if I like punching myself repeatedly in the crotch. Like it's that level of pain if we were gonna do this in mission mode. No, let's just play the game, man.
Discovery.
No, MotoKid, I've never figured out why my fairings separate normally on this rocket. I think it has to do with a fairing clipping into them. I have another fairing clipping into the fairing. That's the only thing I can think of, bro. Yeah, Fish, a lot of Kerbals would die. Hey, Decline, what's going on, buddy? Have you done all the missions in KSP1? Jadam, on the contrary, I've never done one of them. Look at the SRB attachment points. That's so cool. That's exactly how the real one attaches, dude. It has a singular point up at the top and two down at the bottom. And then it has basically a torsion bar there to make sure the SRBs don't do this when they go around. I don't have the torsion bar modeled, but my attachment points are pretty much exactly the same as SLS. The crazy thing is that Kerbal understood that simulation pretty well, which is pretty bananas to me. I want to see Eve. Are we doing a landing? Creep. I kind of am tooling up for a flyby first. Maybe landing later. Decline, I'm doing my schoolwork and listening to you at the same time. I'm doing my 400 level classes for your BA in Intelligence Studies. Very nice. That's cool, man. Love the streams, man. Thanks, Creep. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. You're sending probes down to the surface? Well, I don't have any probes designed to go down to the surface made, Ivan, but I have a place to mount them if we wanted to send up a payload after we build the transfer vehicle. I gotta get the transfer vehicle ready to go. And Nuffly, if I'm your background noise, I don't take any offense to that, dude. Sí, por favor. Okay. There you go, Green. Yeah, my payload's weeble wobbling around a little bit. Home button does not fix the focus. Alas, I'm playing with the Elias bottle rocket, and after using it, the abort group enable engine, the focus group goes to something else, zooming into nothing. Press the home does not change it. The POD does not center it anymore to something on the edge of the camera. The camera group. That's a lot of text, dude. Okay, a simple that doesn't fix it would have done fine, dude. I got you though, Reps. Thank you. Check monoprop. This doesn't have any monoprop aboard, cats. We're using vernier thrusters now. What is a graveyard orbit? Where you park old satellites that don't have the delta V to deorbit Doom. Alright, we've got to throttle it back a little bit. Stand by. We're almost to main engine cutoff. That's okay. It just takes me a second to read all of it. Okay, we have a positive periapsis. I'm going to boost this a little bit higher than last time. I'm aiming for about, like, maybe 100 by 70, somewhere in there. Okay, we have Miko, 92 by 70. Not bad. I gotta activate the RCS and just put us down a little ways. Okay, 69, nice by 91. Very good. All right. That's good insertion. Okay, chat, we should be go for payload separation. Fairing separate or payload separation confirmed. Okay, it says I have no vehicle control. We're just going to go through the quick load there. Yeah, DeForo, all those sats that are out in graveyard orbit, that's a lot of rare earth metals that we could get back down if somebody could just figure out a more cost-effective way to get to them. That's a good point. Well, okay, Doom. Good to know. Good to know. Let's get up to AP and circularize. I'd like to put this in a nice... I mean, 90 by 90 would be good, but if we could get this to straight 100, that would be really good. But we just got to make sure we don't run out of vernier. Your boy's flying manually to conserve fuel, so the SAS isn't just going... Alright, AP is going up there. $98. $99. 100.21. Good. Very good. Perfect. All right, let's, oh, Dethrone, don't worry, you'll see another one. Let's get over to AP here. They're gonna warp us around. Core stage just burned up. $97, $98, $99. $100 by 100. All right, we got a good insertion there on the first part of the transfer vehicle. I'm going to make sure those fuel cells aren't turned on. We need that vernier fuel for future RPOD operations, rendezvous. So let's just give a couple of the solar panels a good extension here. Marvin, how you doing? Marvin's doing okay. Oh, yeah, RJ? Good to know. Yeah, Marvin is teed up inside of here. He's running the show on this module for now. All right, that looks real good, dudes. Okay, that's one. Quick save. Down to the Space Center. Let's load up the next one. I didn't say bring. Well, Aqualex. Actually, I'm not sure if I did say that. If I said bring him back down, that's not what I meant. You're right. I know where. Let me see. Just make sure. Most value thing about. Yep, that's. I knew that's where you were gonna go with that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. If I meant bring him back down. Actually, bringing them back down all the way down here would be bad. You would want to keep them on orbit and use it for on-orbit manufacturing. Basically, make a recycling center in space so you can recycle satellites. That was an idea that they wanted to do with Space Station Freedom. Yeah. Was. Hang on. Just opening the door, guys. Letting some of the heat out. What, isn't that stealing? Nah, legitimate salvage or something. Orange strut's good. Okay, second module's loaded in. Launchpad 2, gang. Any advice? I have a rocket and I'm trying to make it to Joule. Around 5,000 meters above okay, I'm going to assume that's an autocorrect. Kerbal, my rocket spins out of control. Center of pressure is perpendicular to your center of thrust. Could this be a problem? No, Shaq, it's not that your center of pressure is perpendicular to your center of thrust. Rockets are always going to generate lift if you angle over like that. It's your center of pressure is too far forward. Throttle the engines down. Throttle down. Get to about 30 seconds into your flight. Watch the timer that's down here. Get about 30 seconds in. Throttle your engines back to 60%. Just make sure that your velocity is increasing still. You don't want to throttle your engines down to where your velocity stays the same or starts going down. Find a good medium there and just slow down. Your dynamic pressure is going too high and your rocket can't take it. You're compressing too much air up on the front of your rocket. That's the problem. Center of pressure ends up being too far forward because dynamic pressure up at the front can change it, can change your center of pressure because it's dynamic, right? That means it changes. So if your rocket starts going too fast and it starts pushing against the atmosphere too much, your fairing is going to start creating drag. If it creates drag, your center of pressure moves forward. And if your center of pressure moves too far forward, your rocket can spin out of control. So slow down. You don't need to go that fast. How do you calculate a geostationary orbit? Let's say a Duna one. Take how long a day lasts on Duna, Doom, and put yourself into an orbit where the orbital period matches the day cycle of Duna. Here come the space cops. Here come the space cops. All right, second module should be good to go. Let's send it. Are you saying meow? See, Doom, the thing is, I don't think you can do Geo around Duna because Ike is so close. Ike, I think, eats it before you can get into a nice orbit, to be honest with you. We're at Meow Meow? When will memes be now? All right, let's do it. That's a nice looking rocket. Thanks, you boy. I really made sure we'd built something that I knew Kerbal would understand. But the problem with it is that frames aren't very good with it. It's kind of complicated. Boosters in a... But it looks good though, right? She do look good. Look at that thing roll. Not bad. Boosters in ignition. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. KSP2 does not have Lagrangian points, Colonel. No. 4 FPS with the 3080 Ti. Fellas, it's important to understand that it's not graphics. This is not Call of Duty, dudes, okay? We're talking about a physical simulation here, meaning that every single part that you see on this vehicle is subject to a physics calculation, right? And that puts a lot of tax on, not the graphics card, but the processor. Here, let me show you. Freeze the simulation tank. If I pause the sim, right? See how it's nice and buttery smooth now? Because what you're seeing now is I paused it, so we're not simulating anything right now, right? But we're rendering graphics. That does look nice. It looks real good. It's actually not taxing the graphics card. It's destroying the CPU right now, though. Here, check this out. So here's what my CPU is doing. Now, notice that one of these things is not like the others. This CPU2 is like, oh, why are you doing this? And CPU1's like, this is fine. See what I'm talking about? That frame rate that you see in the top left corner is not necessarily what the graphics card is doing. It's the sim. It's your simulation rate. Your frames per second for the simulation. Right now, Kerbal is very, very de-optimized. It's a very rough simulation. You know why? Because doing physics simulation and optimizing physics simulation like this really is something that takes time. And that's the big reason why I think they did early access, because syncing this, trying to get this to not do that, and trying to split the simulation over different cores is very, 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 very difficult coding. That's really hard to do. So right now, they have all of the physics simulation in KSP being offloaded on one CPU. See, that dude, CPU 2 is like, oh God, no. Oh. And then CPU 3 over here is just like, wow, hey, this isn't too bad. This isn't too bad, right? Can KSP run on multiple cores? Well, Robin, that's the thing. Look, that isn't saying that CPU 4, CPU 6, and CPU 11 aren't doing other things. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 are idling, basically. That one, CPU 2, this is the one that has the physics simulation on it, right? That's the phys sim. These ones have other background processes working in Kerbal, so like probably, I don't know, like the mission timer or something. You can see that they're putting different processes on different cores, right? And we're doing parallel processing here because we have it's an i7-8700K, right? And now the keen eye to you will notice that my 8700 is boosted. It's 4.6 per core. So this thing, it's really taxing the frick out of my processor right now. But if we go down over here to GPU, look, GPU load is nothing. It's using up a little bit of video memory, for sure. But the GPU load is it's nothing. Nothing. And look, if we just go back into KSP, we're getting 30 frames a second in here. Well, there's no simulation running, see? It's the sim. It's the simulation rate that Kerbal just, yeah, it's really unoptimized right now. And that's okay. It's fine. But yeah, trust me, I've been watching this. I have that monitor open every time we launch something. So now watch. When we go to redo this, when we unfreeze the simulation, right? Our frames go to absolute donkey poo, and my processor goes, oh, why did you do that? Oh my God, why? We're in for some chop. Yep. Simulation is really, 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 really difficult to get right, especially aerodynamic simulation. Yeah, and orbital dynamic simulation. That's really, really hard to get right. In fact, dudes, you ask NASA. NASA would tell you that this is pretty damn good simulation for for what's going on. It's pretty damn good. It's the same thing, Hellfish. Yeah. Well, here. This is with the sim on. So you can see the process has started. Something else is going on here. They might be offloading some of the, not graphics, but the particle effects. Particle effects might be going to the graphics card, but even then, the GPU is under very low load. It's really not. There's a lot cached in the memory, but that's not very bad. I mean, whoever can figure out a way to do this. Oh, no, hey, get onto the other monitor, dang it! No. If I wanted it on the other monitor, what are you doing? Stop it, Windows. I hate you, Bill Gates. I hate you so much. Please just go on to the other monitor. Oh my goodness. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, you can see it's really chopping out the processor. I just want to move it up there. I don't want to maximize the window. If I wanted to maximize the window, I'd hit the damn maximize window button. Windows. I'm fine. Wait, did you get a monitor above you? I have a 4-monitor setup, yeah. 2 monitors vertical are on one computer, and 2 monitors horizontal are on the streaming rig. You have a picture? I'm sure one's floating around somewhere. Old streamer yells at cloud. Windows key plus up key to move selected window up. Oh, okay. Thanks, Laffy. Is Kerbal bigger? Nah, the solar system's the exact same size, Dethrone. Oh, well, thank you. Now I know. Okay, should be going through maximum dynamic pressure here. Yep, we have max Q. Vehicle is now supersonic. Oh, crap. Hold on. Throttle up. She started side slipping there for a second. Rate controllers are back in nominal. All right, perfect. Oof. Why bad frames? It's a high part count ship, Digger. This is a lot of stuff, dude. There's a lot of stuff that's trying to fly through the air right now. Rocket, you see that side slip, dude? I wonder if that's payload moment from it moving around. It might be. How many parts is it? I don't know, 400, 500 parts, something like that. Hi, Pink. No, York's low graphic settings is not going to fix it. I'm telling you, fellas, it's the CPU. The simulation isn't optimized around a multi-core chipset right now. That's all. It'll get better in the future. Trust me on that one. I know the developers, guys. I'm pretty good friends with them. I know that they gave me their word. So I'm hoping. Dev said it's not a part count issue, it's a logic issue. Well, that would clog up the CPU. Condom isn't down far enough? GG Trump, what do you mean it's not down far enough? Are you telling me your pecker is orange? And has side boosters? You might want to go see a doctor, man. Like, you might want to go see somebody about that. Yours doesn't? What? 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 No? Oh, nice game. Huge FPS. Guys, I'm telling you, it's the sim rate. It's the simulation rate. I'm asking KSP2 to do a lot here with this rocket. This rocket's a pretty complicated design. You don't use SRBs in the bedroom? No. You know what? I don't want to do this conversation anymore. Can we change the subject? Maximum thrust. This is supposed to be a family show. I have a different rocket that's used for launching Kerbals, Chris. This is a heavy cargo rocket. You have RCS so you could dock to the toilet. What? Right.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's pretty neat. How else do you make a family? Of rockets? Build them? That was Biko. Booster engine cut off. I think the staging might not be correct. We have fairing separation and then payload separation. This stuff up here, yeah, you're right. don't think they ported Waterfall Carbon, no, but it definitely does. Definitely does. Yeah, Waterfall is a sweet mod for KSP. So, Rocket Guy, I'll just clarify this so we get this out of the way. You guys are talking, well, it's the fuel calculation. Yeah, I know. I know it's that. I just, saying it's the simulation is just an easy way to say that it's not the graphics card. Maybe I should change how I explain that next time. I know that the fuel logic is what's clogging the frames up right now. I understand that. Yeah, you guys are right. But I just say simulation because I am trying to fly the rocket and talk at the same time. I'm more getting at that it's not the graphics card that's causing these bottlenecks. It's not the graphics card that's screwing the frames. It's simulation. Something else. Say netcode? Yeah, oh, netcode. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a catch-all term. Throttle back a little bit. Stand by for payload fairing jettison. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, no problem, dudes. PC load letter? What the frick does that mean? Why does it say pepper jam when there is no pepper jam? But I swear to God, I'm just going to kick this piece of crap out the window. You and me both, man. Thing's lucky I'm not armed. I'm sorry, Popley-Ido. Basic strimmer, am I right? Skill issue. Strimmer moment. You're armed with arms? Yes. Chuck. Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away! Why was the launch scrubbed? They had problems with thermally conditioning the propellants highway. Oh, there you go. Yep. Bye-bye. They had problems with thermally conditioning the propellants, dude. They couldn't get the propellants cold enough. Prop management is tough when you're using methane and liquid oxygen. Tweak ejection force, man, it helped me. The fairing separated fine last time, dude. What's the past tense of yeet? Yoked. Yoded. Ute. 2 utes. That's, yeah. Yoded. Yeeted? Why are you losing AP? Losing AP because I'm burning radial in to control my AP. 2 what? 2 utes. 2 utes. 2 what? What is a ute? Oh, I'm sorry. 2 youths. Have you traveled to Dres yet? No, I haven't made it out there yet, Ben. Tessa, I honestly think the wind may have had something to do with it. If you really want my honest opinion. Yeah, I burn radial in to control my AP height, guys. You know if you like push the AP out too far, burning radial in is a good way to keep accelerating while also controlling how far ahead of you your AP is. Or your apoapsis, so the highest point in your orbit. Will KSP2 work on the Steam Deck? Don't know. Can you explain how you know it isn't the right car? Yeah, it's because of pause attraction. Alright, Linux. Hey, thanks for watching, buddy. The mod father himself. Gotta burn slight radial in. I don't want my AP getting too high. See, this way, I can still accelerate, but I'm also controlling my AP. I'm also controlling the AP by burning down. I know it seems a little counterintuitive, but it's a good way to control your orbital insertion. If you do a combination of throttling the engines and nosing down radial in, you can stay right with your AP and make sure it doesn't get too far away from you so you get a good orbit insertion. Stand by, press for MECO. (93/41). Ah, that's not good. Okay, we're gonna have to ride around with this thing for a second. We still got some fuel left over. The shuttle engines really wouldn't burn past MECO like this. You can't restart an RS-25. The starter systems, the starter motor, so to speak, is pad side. But, so that's a little bit unrealistic in that regard, but I also don't want to have to launch this again and run out of fuel. Do you always take the fairing off before orbital insertion? Yeah. Cash, yeah, always, dude. Real rockets do that. You don't want to keep the fairing, you don't want to have the fairing floating around in space. That's no good for it. Alright, so let's just... And we'll just, with our core stage, give it a little bit of a pulse here. (68/93). Stand by for payload separation. Payload separation confirmed. Tumbling is not what we want here. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's really not what we want. Yep. Yeah, that's not it. Okay. Let's zap it out there. The core stage, you will see it deviating, and then the Kraken should eat it here in a second. And... yummy. Alright, so we're in pretty crappy phasing with the other payload here, and we are slightly inclined to the other payload. Astroclef ad time? Alright, run an ad. You redeemed it. You want it? You got it. So what I'm going to do... Let's check the resource manager. We got a good amount of fuel. We do need to save a good deal of that for, you know, getting to the target. I'm going to put this one in a 105 kilometer circular orbit. Now, the reason we're going to do that is because if you look, we're out in front of the first module that we sent up. We don't want to be there. This is bad phasing. I should have timed it a little bit better. Bad phasing basically means you're not in a good place for it to dock. So what I'm going to do now is push myself up with some of the fuel to a 105 circular orbit. I'm just trying to get myself circularized at 105. The key to orbital rendezvous, guys, is to make sure your stuff that you're trying to get from one thing to another is in nice circular orbits. That's the real key to getting this right. So I'm aiming for 105 by 105. Pretty damn circular. But I have to check my fuel load again because we got to be a little bit careful with that. We have a half tank. We're going to need some of that for rendezvous and docking. But my problem is that if you look at this very, very closely, you see how our orbit and that orbit aren't really, they're not, it's a little bit off, right? But you see they kind of converge over here. Our tilt, our orbit is slightly tilted. That was a bad insertion. So a good way to get around that is to check it. What type of orbit are we in? Well, we're 0.5 degrees inclined off of Kerbin's equator. There's a trick that you can use. You want to make an orbit that's perfectly equatorial in Kerbin? Set the moon as target. The moon is 0 degrees inclined. It basically follows Kerbin's equator for the most part. So we're 0.5 degrees inclined. Now, if we go and select the transfer vehicle, we're 0.6 positive to that. Ooh, not ideal. Yeah, we have 0.6 degrees. It's going to take about 20 to 30 meters a second delta V to fix that, but we can do it. So what I'm going to do is, because we're on the ascending node, we want to burn anti-normal or the angry triangle right here. See the triangle with the spikes coming out of it? It's pissed. See that? I want to go over here, right? And we want to kind of lock in and then do a burn on that. And if we do, you should start to see that number go down. What I'm doing is I'm taking a right-hand turn in space and doing what's called an on-orbit plane change. On-orbit plane changes is changing the tilt of my orbit. I'm changing the tilt to basically make it more, basically matching the tilt of the first payload that we put on there. That's the second thing you want to know. You really want to make sure that your payload, you and your payload that you're rendezvousing to, have the same tilt. That's really, really important. Yeah, H3 did an on-orbit. The most efficient time to do an on-orbit plane change is when your orbital speed is lower. So on the way up, your orbital speed is lower because you're not orbital, right, Panta? Right? So you don't... Taking a right-hand turn in space like what that thing did is not as far-fetched as you might think. Weeding this out by burning on the triangles, see? Now our tilt matches perfectly. See, now we're pretty much in the same, we're at the same tilt. We're still off comparatively to the moon, but that's okay. Now, that payload is in 100 by 100 circular, and we're in 105 circular. So, because that payload is closer to the surface of Kerbin, it actually has to go faster than us. If you look, its orbital speed right now is 2247. Ours is 2237. So that means it's going to eventually catch us. It's going to catch up. It's going to take a second, but it'll catch up. Too late to change jobs, I guess. Oh, that's cool. Huh. That's a lot of money. Choop, what's up, dude? Good to see you again, man. Getting all this stuff kind of figured out, Digger, is the right move. You want to get what you're trying to dock to circularized, and what you're trying to dock to circularized, and your vehicle circularized. Circularized, and then match the orbital tilt. You can check your orbital tilt by selecting the vehicle as target. If you get your inclination matched, and you're in a circular orbit, and it's in a circular orbit, it's really easy to get two things together. But it's just going to take a second because, I mean, ideally you want to launch when it's close like this, but yeah, I kind of screwed up. I should have checked the phasing. Basically, I should have checked to make sure that it's overhead when we went to launch. It wasn't, but yeah, we'll catch up to it. Or it'll catch up to us here. It's just going to take a second. Nice, Chimp. If you switch to the tracking station, you'll be able to advance time above the proximity limit. Yeah. Here. I'll drop a quick save just in case. And then we'll go down to the Space Center. And we'll go to the tracking station. Oh, nasty gimbal lock right there. Astro Clef, what are you looking for, buddy? You rocked that weird thing. Okay. Pop, what's up, Nerdy Charlie Day? What's going on, man? How are you? I woke up with sympathy back pain today. You're not alone. Dude, I slept, Pop, the entirety of last night, I slept on the heating pad. I feel great today, and I went for a walk yesterday. Walked 1.6 miles. Just tried, dude, yeah. You gotta
Discovery, go and
make
throttle
sure
up.
you take care of that stuff, or else it'll fail. That component will fail. Yeah, Gene, that's right. You gotta get that stretching in. That's right. Oh, boy. This is riveting content, right? This is great. You gotta put something on the pad. Yeah, Tabik, I got you. Consider you riveted. What are we doing here? Fragged, I'm waiting for these two things to catch up to each other. I'm trying to rendezvous that thing and that thing together. They're in nice circularized orbits. One is in 105 by 105, the other one's 100 by 100. I have to wait for the thing that's in 100 by 100 to catch up to the thing that's in the 105 by 105 before we can initiate a docking sequence. Miss Marvin? Marvin's on the payload, dude. Did I see this? I did see that, yes. Since we're here, what is this info on the right? This tells you about Kerbal. This is your focus panel. It'll tell you about whatever you're focusing the camera on. It tells you a lot of information around Kerbal because Kerbal is my focus right now. All right, dudes, we're getting up to a good rendezvous here, so. So right click, set that as target. You know, I don't know what to make of that, dude, to be honest. I'm not familiar with that issue. And honestly, dude, I'm a little bit afraid to ask about it. Like, so we're just gonna do the right thing and pretend we didn't hear that. One or two more orbits, dudes, and we'll be good. Are there Krakens in this game? Krakens everywhere. Rosenbat, yeah. What do you mean, Jadam? Almost in good phasing. I need my vehicle to be right around there. Almost there. Almost there. Stay on target. Stay on target. Alright. So, you guys want to know a good trick to rendezvous? Pause the simulation. If you get your target in a nice circularized orbit, and you get your craft that you're trying to rendezvous in a nice circularized orbit with the same inclination, meaning there's no tilt between the orbits, right? Like what we're in right now. If you look at my orbits from the side, they're almost perfectly aligned. It's very close. We're 0 degrees inclined to target, which meaning our orbital tilt relative to the equator is the same as target. Okay? Provided both orbits are circular, all right? And you're in a lower orbit than where you're trying to go, there's a real easy trick. See the phasing right here? That's the trick. So, take the difference in orbital altitude. Because both orbits are circular, you could just get an altitude reading. That's 105. This is 100, give or take. You don't need just 105 kilometers by 100. All right? So that's that distance right there. A really quick and easy way to rendezvous things. You don't even need a maneuver node to do it. Take that distance, times it by 2. So that's 5 kilometers. That's about 10 kilometers. What you do now, unpause the sim, and take the vehicle. We can find prograde or retrograde because we're using RCS. And now what you do is just burn. If I burn, right, and I move my AP up to 105, at this point right here, we should have an extremely good rendezvous. See? We're a little bit out of phase, and I can change that by burning radial in or radial out. So I will do that now. Hey, Real Gamer Lego. Thanks for the Prime sub, man. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. See? We got a pretty decent rendezvous, but ideally we want to change it a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reorient the vehicle so the vehicle orientation is parallel with the ground. So we have better RCS control, and I'm going to burn slightly radial to get my AP to try and match the intercept. If you notice, the intercept node is right there. My AP is right there. So what we got to do is burn slight radial in. Alright, we'll get it on the way down. There we go. That'll work. We fell slightly out of phase because my RCS isn't really configured right. RCS, the roll control RCS is configured for translational control. I should have set that. That's my fault. That's why that was a little bit difficult to get right. Kerbal. RCS drifted. The reaction control system thrusters that I used to line up stuff precisely are now bent. That's good. Yeah, that's all really bent out of shape. Well, at least they're all kind of pointed in the same direction. We'll make it work. There we go. Okay, so now we're close to the thing. So now I'm going to set target mode, right? Bring that same RCS on here. And now I'm going to, in target mode, it shows your speed relative to that target. Obviously, I'm going down right now because my orbit is slightly different. I boosted my AP up a little bit higher to 106. So if I find my prograde marker and I hit N, which boosts the RCS away from the way the vehicle is pointing, so backwards for me, right? We do that. And we take that speed and get that speed to 0. If you look at the payload in the background, now we're station keeping. We're lined with it. We're in the same orbit. Still got plenty of fuel left too. Excellent. Even despite the bent RCS. I don't know what the heck's going on with that, but it is what it be, so it do. See? Take the difference in height between your orbit and its, times it by 2, and get about that distance behind it. Burn prograde, you'll get to it every time. You just might need to adjust slightly. Now I'm going to take the secondary piece here. Switch this into target mode. And what we're going to do is we need to dock that docking port, control from here, to the target. Where's the target? Target's over there. So reactivate the RCS. Turn this vehicle into position. And then rotate us. Just make sure your RCS is nice and balanced here. You don't want to have like RCS on one side. My question is, did the RCS drift on this thing? It didn't. Oh no, maybe it did a little bit, but now what I want to do is burn towards the target, right? Fire the jet, right? And if you notice on the nav ball, left side of your screen, I'm getting a prograde marker. I want to get my prograde marker aligned with the target marker. If the prograde marker is aligned with the target marker, well, that means I'm going towards it. Right? That means we're going towards it, and if you notice, 107, we're going right towards it. Might have to move slightly to the left here. Come on, you. We ideally want to get your ship, the direction that your ship is pointed in, the target marker, and the prograde marker all on top of each other. But also, you got to be careful, because you got to watch this. Because just because you're pointed, all three are coplanar, right? Doesn't mean you're necessarily aligned. It's important to make sure that your vehicle is aligned first. So, see, it looks like the target is rotating a little bit, so we just got to make some modifications here. And once we get aligned with the docking port, I'm just going to basically get prograde back on vehicle here and slow down again. I slowed down and now we're 0.0 meters a second. So now let's line up the vehicle again. If you start getting misaligned, stop. Find your prograde marker and burn retrograde and stop. Now that we're more or less aligned, I'll turn the SAS on and I'll set it to target, meaning that my vehicle's going to point at that docking port no matter what. So now we start going towards the target. And if we start going towards the target, the SAS sometimes hates powerful thrusters like this. I'm just going to shut it off. We don't need it. We can do this manually. It's fine. See, I'm firing the thrusters to get myself lined up. I'm using translation thrusters here. Hit that quick save before that happens. Just in case. Save once, save often. Now once again, it's a balancing act. If you watch the nav ball on the left, you got to get prograde, vehicle, and target all lined up. Now kiss. We're a smidgen crooked, but it's okay. Quick save. 2 elements of the transfer vehicle are built. Okay, quick save and quick load because there's a ComNet glitch for whatever reason. Hell Hydra, state of NASA's, yeah, the town halls, they're always boring as hell. It's just a bunch of self-servicing politicians, man. Marvin, what happened to your... Physicsless parts drift on vessel reload, guys. Physicsless parts drift. They drift on vessel reload. I don't know what to tell you. The RCS is going out of whack. Everything is bending and breaking. It's not like that needs to be precisely placed. And Marvin's eyes are popping out of his skull. Those are supposed... That thing is supposed to be right there. It's supposed to be right here. But it moved. The whole thing shifted, which is stupid. I really think that KSB devs should pay someone to watch your streams with a notebook. Kenny, don't worry. I have a very big list of stuff. And I will be writing all this stuff up and sending it to them. Yeah. Could you undock and realign? Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, we have a quick save, so we'll undock and see if it breaks. Nope, didn't break. It just redocked right away. Excuse me. So, Doom, no, I can't line them up. I actually think the docking threshold, even at maximum difficulty, is way too high. I noticed that you can't really precisely dock anything together in this game. You really can't. Oh, man. Is that right, Shutzy? Yeah. You damn dill hole. I'm having an issue with building a plane in KSP1. My plane won't take off. Smitty, I need a picture. Take a picture of your plane from the side with the center in the VAB with the or the SPH with the center of lift and center of mass and the landing gear down. Take a picture for me. Well, so quick saving and quick loading drifts physicsless parts like this, dudes, and I'm not 100% sure why it does that. So, yeah, quick save, quick load is really not. It does not like it. Yeah, Aqualex, it's really kind of cringe, to be honest with you. Well, putting together this thing as best as we can, I suppose. Can you disable the docking port? No. I really wish we could just adjust docking mag force. The threshold is way too high. I might go manually reconfigure that. Yeah, the docking port threshold is way too high. That's why I made a hard save. I will send this save off and if you try to undock these two things, the devs will see that the mag force is way too high. How come it never makes that noise? Because certain lights make that noise. Okay, Hallie, what's the next step? Well, we need our propulsion section. Hopefully that doesn't drift around. Go back into the VAB here. Just make a new save, Vashi. Whoa. Whoa, terrible frames in here. How much RAM is Kerbal using? 6.7. Alright, let's restart. Yeah, Gene, that's my guess. Kerbal isn't using that much more memory, but it was at 7 gigs, dude, which is not necessarily bad, but it seems that it might be intentional to aid new players in what can be a difficult thing to accomplish. Probably just need to bump the difficulty slider even higher. I literally want my docking threshold squishy to be 0. I want to make it so I need to line up those ports perfectly for them to dock. Because that's how it works in real life. But I understand that not everybody's going to be like that. I get it. Absolutely. What I'm asking is make the game harder. Or make it adjustable so you can make it 0. I believe it only goes down to 50% in the difficulty settings. Shutzy, you're a dill hole. El juego te funciona a 6 FPS. El juego es simulation. Oh, well, that's good. It's the simulation, it's not the graphics. I don't know how to say graphics in Spanish. Gráficos es bueno en el juego. El simulación es mierda. I'll time myself out. Smitty is linked as playing. All right. Frames a shot. The rocket's cracking proof, sure. The rocket hasn't failed once. It's just everything else that's failing. Shutzy, we'll see a patch here in the future, very soon. Here, I want the sawtooth lead. All right, let's go. Shut that. Okay, I can see a couple of different problems here. So, let's back up. There we go. All right. So, Smitty, you got a couple of different things here. Okay, your center of lift is way too far off of your center of mass. And the other problem you have here is you got a 727 thing going on here, so you have another engine up top. Your center of thrust is higher than your center of mass. See, if you point that arrow through, it's over the X point on the center of mass. Why is that a problem? Now, why is this all a big deal? Well, your plane naturally wants to nose down. Think of the lift right here, the center of lift, as the point that pushes up on your plane. Now, if your plane is pushing up right here, and your plane rotates around its center of mass, pushing up right here is going to do what? Let's think a seesaw. It's going to nose your plane into the ground, which is basically what's going on. My guess is you're going down the runway, and you get to the very end of the runway, and your plane immediately noses into the ground, right? You get off the end of the runway, right into the ground, something like that. Now, also, your nose landing gear is actually quite low. So your plane is naturally raked on the runway, compounding that effect. Not good. Not good. It makes it into the air. Wow. Well, you have winglets up at the front. I see them up there. So, even if you do make it up into the air, what's going on here? When you throttle up your engines, your center of thrust is over your center of mass. So when you're throttling the engines up, your plane's going to naturally want to go nose down. Not exactly ideal, right? What I would say is take your wings and move them a little ways forward. Move them so your center of lift is probably like right here. And then, once you do that, get rid of that engine up there. and then just put a tail cone on this and put your rudder as far away from your center of mass as possible. But, I mean, you either that or put canards on this plane if you really wanted to. I'm not about that life, though. And then what I would suggest is take that landing gear and move it back here and gizmo it down so it's level with the other landing gear. Now, Smitty, another thing to understand is that your rear landing gear in a tricycle-style landing gear, so one wheel in the front, two wheels in the back, right, as opposed to two wheels up front, one wheel in the back, a tail dragger, like a DC-3 or something, these need to be not close to your center of mass, but they need to be just slightly behind it. You want these to be doing 80% of holding up your plane and that to be doing 20%. So if you just moved your entire wing section a little bit forward here, that pretty much make the plane fly okay. Your plane has natural pitch down moment because of the 3 engines. So another thing that you could do is take your wings and move them down a little bit. Move them forward and down. Get your center of lift to be like right here. And that would put 2 of your engines instead of 3 below. It would put 2 of your engines instead of 3 below your center of mass. And that center of thrust would line up more. What like a modern airliner does is they have the engines hanging underneath the wings. So the center of thrust is actually below the center of mass. And the center of lift is actually behind the center of mass. The idea is that when you throttle the engines on a modern airliner with underslung engines like that, it'll actually make the thing want to nose up naturally. That makes it easier to fly at higher altitudes. That's why every modern plane is just kind of the same design. Like if you look at a 777, you look at a Boeing 777, it's not that far off from literally any other plane flying, to the point where it's hard to distinguish what plane is which. And that's a big plane, dude. That's a big wide body. She's a monster. Right? But see, this underslung engine design keeps your center of thrust below your center of mass, so throttling the engines up makes the nose want to go up. Your plane here, Smitty's doing the opposite of that. Throttling up your engines makes your plane want to naturally nose down. You don't want that. Yeah, so Smitty, move the wings a little bit forward, move them a little bit down. And then tell me how it flies. Just move it down and then make sure your landing gear is all lined up. You don't want a raked landing gear like that. It makes it more difficult to rotate the nose. You want your plane to be level on the ground. You don't want it raked, and you definitely don't want it like that. I mean, you could do that, but that makes it really difficult to land. Yeah, you can see Aqualux's link if you want as well. Kerbal needs to clip this and make this an aircraft tutorial in the game. That'd be cool if they wanted it, but yeah. While we're on the subject, Transonic should move the center of lift aft. No, in KSP2 I'm seeing the opposite. I don't know if KSP2 or 1 is that detailed in its simulation. Something's clogging up this save, dudes. I don't know what it is. This list is getting pretty damn long, dude. Well, at least they ran my struts for me. What the f... It's an inherited transform gene. It's an inherited transform. Duplicating stuff over symmetry doesn't work right now. It's because Kerbal, in Kerbal 2, they thought they could stack like 4x on 8x symmetry, and it doesn't really work very well. This is why in Kerbal you can't force like 8x symmetry on 4x symmetry, and why radial symmetry always defaults to radial. Like if you lock something in radial symmetry and you try to attach something in mirror symmetry to it, it'll overwrite it and lock it to 2x radial to prevent inherited transforms. Now, what's particularly going on in this right here is that engine, for whatever reason, is inheriting a transform of 90 degrees. It's a 90-degree difference here. If I had to guess why this thing is freaking out is because I built it in SPH mode, and now we're in VAB mode in the same editor, and it doesn't understand that I rotated the entire payload off 90 degrees. Now, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure why that is the only part that inherits transform information. I don't know. You'd think that if I built this whole thing in the SPH, the whole thing should be rotated 90 degrees. But no, it's just the engine, which is strange. Could you rotate the whole rocket and then attach? Yeah, that might do it. Mm-hmm. Bangs, we broke this thing on the first day, dude. The editor is almost acting like we're still simulating the other parts of the transfer vehicle. Where'd the second part of the... Whatever. The editor is almost acting like... That one's on me. I should have made sure that the vehicle's separated, dude. It almost seems like the vehicle is still, like it's still simulating the vehicles in the background, which is weird. But then again, when I did load the save, it defaulted to the the KSC screen, but it was the KSC screen while my vehicles were flying around in space. So I have the sneaking suspicion that in the background here, the game is simulating my vehicles flying around on orbit. Okay, so we got clean frames out here. Okay, so now it knows that we're not there. It's just in the VAB. Yeah, let's try switching to the vehicles. Let's see if that fixes it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Interestingly enough, the frames are good now. Hey, Owen's 52-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, the frames are actually pretty nice. You went to KSC today. Fighting Falcon. See that Saturn V, man? You walk through the door, right? And you're just like, oh, whoa. It's overwhelming, isn't it? It's crazy how big this stuff is. Dude, a TV, a video, it cannot convey how big a Saturn V is. You have to see one, and when you see it, you're just going to be like, that flew into space? All right. It's, hardcore. Aqualites, well, time doesn't stop in the VAB, remember? And there's a weird relationship to the VAB flight, considering sometimes it can pop into map view. Yeah, that's garbage. That's garbage collection, dude. It's not getting rid. It's not deleting the VAB scene, or it's not switching between the VAB, between like a bake persistence, Aqualex, and back. It's not doing it, which is fine. It's okay. Easy fix. Night Sun Temple. Where can I see a Saturn V? Florida, Texas, and Alabama. That's where the three of them are. There's a Delta 3 on display right beside the interstate near me in Santa Ana. Yeah, but the thing is, shoot, we don't talk about Delta. We don't talk about Delta 3. All right. Fellas, I just want to make sure that this undock thing, here, let's move our docking acquisition force down to 0. I'm just gonna let that roll. Hey, Righteous, what's going on? I'm great. How are you? Is this Smithsonian? No, there's one at U.S. Space and Rocket Center. There's one at Johnson Space Center. And there's one in Florida. Show off. Yeah, Fergs. What do you want? I know they're old, but why doesn't NASA just try to fire up an F1 for nostalgia and funsies? Because it costs money. And if some moron gets even a whiff that NASA's wasting taxpayer money, they'll use that as an excuse to destroy it. And they'll use that as an excuse to say, no, that's funding for NASA. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Got to hear it. Nice to see you again. Likewise, dude. No. NASA can't take private funds, which is kind of stupid, but... Yeah, Jadam, it's rough, dudes. It's rough. I know what I signed up for when I got into it, you know. It's okay. We know it's rough. It's not anything we didn't know. Erudite, NASA is, yeah. NASA uses taxpayer funds. It's a social program. Believe it or not. Alright, so let's do what we didn't do last time and make sure that we get into phase here. Let's get the vehicle to come around like that. Make sure the vehicle is right over us, and we're going to drop into an orbit below it. No, he can do that for his own company, though. All right. Ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Go for main engine start. 3, 2, 1. Okay, got a lift off. Third payload of the night. Despite hardships, we persevere. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. wooden firework. Alright. Okay, vehicle's pitching downrange. Is this your largest payload launch so far? Yeah, one of them. Uh-huh. Okay, throttling back. Yeah, everybody I talk to in the industry alternator really likes it. But that's kind of the thing, dude. You really got to dig this stuff because you'd be absolutely out of your mind to subject yourself to something this difficult. You know? It takes a special kind of crazy. Like playing the game at 5 FPS crazy, you know what I'm saying? The game wasn't released, Centrina. Yeah, it wasn't released. It's early access. They were very clear about that. I agree. If this was a 1.0 released, I'd be pissed. Pissed, but it's not. It's early access, dude. Don't worry about it. They'll fix it, man. I have faith. Said a pre-alpha? Yeah, exactly. This is like it's really rough right now. Like, extreme minimum viable. But hey, yeah, no, that's no problem. I'm undeterred, dude. It's Kerbal. What do you want? Embrace the suck. This is how Kerbal 1 was. You know, KSP 1 released like this, man. It was tough. You have a really good computer? Yeah, I do. Yeah, let's reproduce. Seize. Nice name. Yeah, I do have a good computer, but the simulation is unoptimized. It really doesn't matter how good of a computer you have. Everyone's gonna get the same terrible frames, dude. Yeah, 10 years ago. Yeah, people are easy to forget, right, Sin? They're easy to forget, dude. I played Kerbal, my first version of Kerbal. Actually, dude, I would say that I wasn't even this, like, I didn't even have it this bad. First version of Kerbal I played was 0.16. In 2012, which wasn't even the worst version, right? But I do remember my rocket just blowing up over and over and over again. You know what? I was undeterred. It didn't bother me. So, you know, KSP2, like, yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's gonna get better. The reason why I know it's gonna get better is because unlike KSP1 was just a bunch of dudes on their computers playing a game. It's like a true indie game, you know? At least this one, I mean, it's not AAA, but it's damn close with Intercept. Intercept is a very talented bunch of people. Super freaking talented. So, I'm not too incredibly deterred, like, with an unoptimized sim out of the box, dude. Because at least we know now we have a devoted dev team, and I'm not saying we didn't before. I'm not trying to dump on Felipe, Mike, and Chad. I'm not trying to do that. No, that's C7 Moo and Harvester. I'm not trying to dump on those guys. They did a fantastic job with what they were given, right? What I'm saying is that we're going to get more routine patches. It's going to be a lot more regimented. So Kerbal isn't going to stay like this for long, you know? Which is good. That's a good thing. That's why, dude, I'm patient. I'm not deterred. I just like looking at the rocket launch. That just makes me happy. I don't know, Jared. I don't know what to make of that, dude, to be 100% honest with you. Give me some time to think about it. Do you know when they're going to do a Linux release? It's going to be down the road when it's in a more stable state, Spoon Man. I'm pretty sure. Copium. No, Thomas, you're confused. Not copium. Hopium. Differences. There's differences, am I right? Differences, man. Differences. Why is it at 5 FPS? The simulation is killing my computer, dude. It's just in a very unoptimized state. She's rough right now, dudes. And this rocket is a lot of parts. She's rough. Really rough. But it's early access. I don't know what you want. So, like, Zerl, check this out. It's not the graphics card. Or, Zerl. It's not the graphics card, dude. So, if I sit here and we mute out that sim, right? Look at the frames now. We're capping at 30. This is what's taxing the graphics card. It's not too much, right? It's not too bad. It's actually all the logic from all the fuel draining and all the simulation. Like, each one of these parts is going through a physics calculation. And right now, that's really only optimized on one. It's really only on one processor. One processor, or like one core on your processor, is handling all the physics. If they can find a way to split it over cores, then it'd be better. But yeah, that's it right now. She's just a little rough. It's unoptimized, but it works. You know, like this rocket hasn't been hit by the Kraken ever. But it is a little bit of a high part count, but it still works, dude. She works great. Look at it. It's a beautiful rocket. I don't know about you guys. I don't mind staring at this thing all day, even if it takes 30 minutes to get up into space. It's a CPU bottleneck, big time. Reproduce, yeah, guys, because that's simulation, dude. So, here, I'll keep it going because I don't want to be here all night watching this thing fly up into space. It's simulation, dude. So what does that mean? Each one of these parts, right, it has to have a physics calculation done on it. And all those calculations do add up. So, like, every part is being accelerated at however much thrust right now, right? And gravity is pushing down on it, and the aerodynamics are pushing on it in different directions. That does clog up your PC. Dude, it absolutely does. All that stuff can really jam up the processor, right? That absolutely happens. Right now, what's unoptimized about it, I believe, from what people were telling me in chat, is the fuel simulation. So the simulation of the fuel draining from the tanks is kind of borking up the game right now. Okay, we got a clean separation there, flight. Very nice. That's what's messing everything up right now. But yeah, there's a lot of other stuff. But yeah, the simulation is really what's bottlenecking me out. My GPU load's at 19% right now, and I have a 3080 Ti. It's nothing. It just went up to 30 for a second, and now it's back to 20. The CPU load however, is unreal. One of my cores on my CPU is absolutely being thrashed on right now. C core number 2 up there, it's second from the top right. It is being absolutely thrashed on. I'm going to go ahead and guess that physics logic is being loaded on that core. You can see other cores are being used for other processes in Kerbal, but that one is the one that's being dumped on pretty hard. See, that's what's kind of slowing us down a little bit. CPU 1's like, this is fine. CPU 2 is like, why are you doing this? So it's not actually graphics, dudes. And I said this right when the devs released the specs. Remember how it was like a 2060? I looked at that and said, no, that's not right. You'll be able to run this thing on a 1070. The graphics actually aren't too incredibly bad. They're actually, I mean, if you run appropriate graphics settings, it's fine. It's the sim that really is killing us right now. All right, give me that music. Yeah, that's right, Aqualux. We'll have much more regimented updates for this game than we did with Kerbal 1. I mean, Kerbal 1, we went years without having an update. You remember that? The physics simulation is running on one core, guys. That's an extremely hard software problem to solve. Trying to split the simulation over multiple cores is difficult, dude. That's really hard to do. Tested erudite. Yeah, a better processor isn't really gonna... If we were able to overclock each individual core, we could probably get a better simulation. But, I mean, this 8700K, I'm pushing to the brim here. It's 4.8 per core. So, 4.8 gigahertz processor is running the simulation right now, and it's... Yeah. And in this unoptimized state, because it's early access, it's not very good. But yeah, it's not the graphics, dudes. Everybody gets confused because I see frames there, and, like... Not a thing that gamers don't have to deal with a lot is simulation. You know what I mean? It's all the graphics. Oh, if the graphics are better, you're gonna get bad frames if you need a really high graphics card, right? And that is true. Rendering does eat up graphics cards. There's a reason why GPUs are so ridiculously beefy nowadays, because you want to do something like real-time ray tracing. It's gonna tax the hell out of your graphics card. Kerbal's graphics aren't that crazy. They're good enough for what it is, right? That's beautiful in the background, I will say. That's very nice. But yeah, this is not very taxing on the GPU. 41% load, 27% load, GPU temps at 52C, that's nothing. That's doing nothing. The 3080 is barely doing anything. It's my processor that's really taking a dump. And Kerbal is using around 6 gigs of memory right now. And this is all in an unoptimized state, guys. That's not even a lot of RAM. Kerbal 1 used 10 gigs of RAM. And even though the simulation was a little bit better, yeah, they cached more of that into memory, if I'm remembering right. I don't know. My memory is no good. But yeah, guys, the point that I'm trying to make with all this, learning the difference between like a render frame rate and a simulation frame rate, is that a render frame rate is really, really hard on your graphics card. Rendering crazy stuff like, can it run Crysis? That's where that whole meme came from, right? Can it run Crysis, right? That's tough, right? That's rendering. Simulation is more processor. It's more processor and RAM oriented, because the processor has to do all these different calculations on every single part flying at 1,000 meters a second right now. That's hard to do. But the fact that it works in here and everything's working fine, it's just basically working in slow motion, means that there's only room for upward improvement there. And that's not me hitting hopium, all right? That's not me hitting the hopium, okay? That's just rendering. That's just rendering and doing simulation. And how do I know about that? Well, guys, I'm a 3D artist by trade. I went to school for learning how to do rendering. I know that's how I know so much about this. That's my bread and butter, dude. I know more about that than I do about rockets. Yep, we can pop the fairing. Fairing separation confirmed. Are you a Full Sail grad? Yes. Class of 2008, dude. Yep. Why is it taking so long for them to do a correction patch? Well, this patch is going to have a lot of stuff in it, Jadam. They're really going to fix a lot of things right out of the gates, dude. Yeah, Devoro. You know what I realized? Doing like CAD and doing 3D art is not that far off from like aerospace. It's just, yeah. It's not that far off, dude. It really helps me with being able to put stuff together in the editors, that's for sure. Yeah, alternator, that's my hope, dudes. I'm not trying to sit here and hit the copium too hard, just a little bit of hopium from time to time, like. As president of Planet Spaceball, I assure you and your viewers, there's nothing wrong with the hopium supply, okay? Bye. I told you never to call me on this wall. This is an unlisted wall. Sorry. Just give it some time, dudes. Give it some time. So they'll get it dialed in. But I will say, the game makes me want to pull my hair out right now. I'm not even gonna sit here and pretend like it doesn't, Combination is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's amazing. I got the same combination on my luggage. Yeah, failures. I'm with you. But guys, the other thing is that I know the devs. I know them. I've met them. They're good people, and I know they give a frick. So they're gonna try as hard as they can to make sure that they get us. To make sure that Kerbal 2 is a worthy successor. Okay. Oh yeah, Scotty beamed me twice last night. It was wonderful. Why didn't anybody tell me my butt was so big? Alright, we gotta burn slightly radial in and throttle these bad mamma jammas back up. Yeah, Holmes, exactly. It's hard to multi-core a physics simulation, dude. That's hard to do. Forget it. Forget it. No more beaming. This time I'm gonna walk. President Scroob, salute! Hail, Scroob! I got shot. Yeah, but hopefully somebody took something from that. The reason why the frames are junk, it's because of the simulation. Particularly fuel logic, right? But, see, if I pause the game and try to render some graphics, look how buttery smooth that is. And I'll tell you what, guys, you can take this one to the bank. I have a feeling that eventually this will be this buttery smooth when the rocket's actually not, when the simulation isn't paused. I have a feeling. See that? Oh, look at that. Look at those smooth frames. 45 FPS? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Unpause. I want to get it into space. Giant space pencil. It kind of does look like a Yeah, it does look like a pencil. Huh. Okay. Hit it. It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark out, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it. Oh, there we go. It's dark out, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it. I don't believe it. It's that crap box dodge again. What's up, Zeb? Is this SLS inspired? Yeah, Jack. It's kind of half direct, half SLS. It's direct tanks and boosters with SLS's engine and fairing. Engine section and fairing. Is that the Blues Brothers? The Blues Brothers? Shoot! They still owe you money, fool. We got two people coming in here dressed like Hasidic diamond merchants. They look like they're from the CIA or something. What do they look like? The tall one wants a piece of dry white toast, and the short one wants 4 whole fried chicken. Edwards and Jake, shoot the Blues Brothers. It's one of my favorite scenes. You better think about what you're trying to do to me. 4 fried chickens and a Coke and some dry white toast. You want butter or jam? No, ma'am. Dry. Does it matter what way the ship is pointing during a burn? Oh, absolutely, Willie. Yeah, dude, of course. All right, we're almost positive perigee here. Gotta get that number up to 69. Nice. That's one of my all-time favorite movies, Isaac. Throttling down for main engine cutoff. Oh. There we go. 88 by 69, we got a nominal orbital insertion. Nice. What feature are you most excited for coming to KSP2? Base building, dude. Base building. I'm gonna abuse the frick out of that, dude. Very nice PE. Very nice. Okay, so now we can separate it. Stand by for payload separation. Right that son. Payload separation confirmed. And it's giving me that control bug again. Please don't explode. This is fine. Yeah, I see it, Gene. It's that ComNet bug. Switching away from the craft and switching back to it seems to fix that. Okay, alright. Just chill, game, please. Did I forget to put an antenna on this, or did the game delete it? I can't tell. You know what we're gonna do? Because I'm frankly sick of dealing with the inconsistency. Where is that gameplay difficulty settings? Ah, there we go. Thank you. RCS is stuck on. Alright, let's just quick save and quick load. You do have a probe, right? Yeah, we do. Squishy, it seems to be. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. How much RCS did we just waste? Good, a quarter of a tank. That's good. That's not going to come back to bite me later at all. Alright, so it should eat the core stage here. Right now. Okay, cool. Core stage is out. Wow, we are very inclined to say that we're inclined. Oh dear. Okay, so take that, set as target. We're 1.5 degrees off? How did that happen? Oof. Okay. I'm going to chalk that one up to us spinning out of control like that, but it's probably not that. It's probably my orbit insertion. So we're on the descending node, so we want to set this to radial. Did you do any of the new training videos? Just curious what sort of FPS I had. The FPS was fine in the trainers. Yeah, it was really good, actually. Okay, the SAS is very confused. Okay. just gotta fire this here and see if we can get that number to go down a little bit, but I gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, we gotta watch the fuel. So right now, my spacecraft is burning this way, and that's changing my inclination relative to the target. You need to match inclination. That's really important, dudes. You gotta make sure that you do that. It will make docking 1,000 times easier if you do this. So I'm just using the RCS to fire here, but we just got to make sure that we're not... using all the fuel. We're going to need some of it for docking. Almost there. Point 2. Point 1. I said point 1. Good enough. How much fuel do we have? Oh, yeah, okay. Why did my engine turn on? That's good. Yeah, that's... Did you say 0.6? I said something, but what I said is not what the thing did. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's not really what I wanted. I didn't tell the engine to start. What? Maybe I fat-fingered spacebar by accident. Maybe. That could just be a fat finger on my part. Hey, look, it says 0. Oh, gosh, dang, I'm good at this. Oh, man, did that smell good. Detective is no going in there. You tell me 2 things. I'm running. Should have done that the first time. I'm trying to save fuel for that whole, you know, trip that we have to do. We don't necessarily need the RCS for that. Yeah, no, I fat-fingered the spacebar key. Oops. We have, like, no fuel left. That's good. You forgot to reset the encabulator? I did not. I think you forgot to reset it, to be honest with you. But... have to do this inefficiently. I have to use some of the engine to do it. I don't want to know why I played the staging noise there. I didn't hit anything. I'm going to have to circularize up at 109 and have this thing catch up to me because our phasing was all out of whack because the game decided to milk half the RCS out of this dang thing. Alright, MD. See you, buddy. Are you still having fun despite all the setbacks? Yeah. Yeah, sure. You just gotta be patient, man. Like, you just gotta be patient. I'm not gonna lie. This is, like, I'm not... I'm not gonna lie, this is, it's hard, man. This is tough. Tough, even for me. Really difficult. It's really, really tough. But, it's okay. It's hard. It's a tough game to play. It's really difficult to play right now. Guys, if I launched a similar mission in KSP1, we'd be at Eve by now. Kerbal is very, very, very rough. But I would assume that a lot of you guys are here to see how the game plays. So you want to see how the game plays? You know, despite my hopium, you know, here you go. I'm not going to not show you how it plays, you know what I mean? But, like I said, it's Kerbal. It's a new Kerbal, right? Embrace the suck. It happens. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I haven't gotten frustrated at a couple of times, but you know, you can get frustrated for a second and then figure out the problem. The way I look at it is that, you know, like when Apollo 13 just blew up on the way out to the moon, they didn't just, man, this is stupid. Physics is this isn't realistic. No, they figured out the problem, worked the problem, and got 3 astronauts home. Figure it the frick out, man. That's what science is all about. But it isn't to say that, you know, the road to get there, the road to figuring it out isn't going to be annoying as hell. You know, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, right? Can't let yourself be deterred by this stuff, dudes. Gotta catch up to this thing. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use these vehicles because we have more fuel with them. So remember, take the distance, double the distance. Right there is my phasing spot. Right around here. So, Rocket, if Rocket Guy's here and if Novus is here, they were talking about how the fuel simulation and fuel drain is clogging up the sim. Watch. Watch what happens when I outgas the RCS. Ready? Boop. Interesting. It is. It's the fuel drain. Fuel drain is what's killing FPS right now. Yeah, it cuts my frames in half. Cut my frames into pieces. This is my last rendezvous. Set as target coordinates. The target is London. Yeah, the RCS, man. That is killing us right now. But we have great phasing. Can you gravity sling in KSP? Sure, absolutely, Drac. Yeah, you can slingshot off of other planets. Absolutely. Grav assist? Mm-hmm. How many RCS do you have? What happens if you isolate tanks to thrusters? No idea, Homing Pigeon. You're gonna have to test that, homie. Alright, switch us over into targeting mode. I should really shut off some of these thrusters, though. No, we're using vernier thrusters, or Awa. Yeah, we got vernier thrusters going, man. Don't need that. Verniers don't work with hydrogen. They need an oxidizer. They're little mini rocket engines, guys. They work with methane, methalox.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
There we go. There's inherited velocity that's applied to the vehicle coming out of time warp that I really have to figure out why it's doing that. That's really annoying. So when you come out of time warp, stuff skips around. It's not good. That's really not good if you want to get to something fast. Hey, Yuck, 96 months. Thanks, dude. Oh, dude, look at the sun shining on those mountains down there. Stuff like that is what makes this game worth it, man. Yeah, Hillness, something like that. It has to do with vessel on reload. On reload, resuming the simulation state. Parts aren't staying relative to each other on simulation. It's part drift. It's part drift. Same thing as KSP1. But the interesting thing is, dude, is that physics-less parts drift in KSP2. Physics-less parts don't drift in KSP1. Which is definitely a strange one. $37 meters in closing. Come on, you. Oh boy. Come on, docking threshold, don't fail me now. Woo-hoo-hoo! Hell yeah! Quick save. We had no fuel left, dude. We have no RCS.
Discovery,
Looks like
go
we're
and
90
throttle up.
degrees off on our thruster section, but that's okay. Yeah, we're completely crooked. Save D's KSP2. Yeah. Oh, that's really nice. gotta have a lot. We need to get Kerbals up to this thing, but yeah. There we go. Our engine section is on pretty much backwards and upside. Well, not backwards. It's on upside down, but whatever. I don't care. Whatever. It should still work. It's not heavy on the GPU, Fluidic, at least not right now. It might be in the future when they up the graphics, but yeah, no, it's really the it's the sim, dude. It's clogging us down right now, but it's no problem. Just get a guy to swap the cables, it'd be fine. Moon suits soon. What's that, Hell Hydra? NASA Axiom Space to reveal Artemis Moon mission spacesuit. Cool. We're getting decent frames up here, dude, except when the engines are firing, but... That's a crazy picture, Zay. I have no idea, Aquilex, and frankly, I'm getting to the point where I'm getting a little tired to troubleshoot anything. I'll be honest with you, man. Playing this game is hard. It's tough. Tough game to play. Just open up the door, letting a little bit of the heat out. Oh, it's tough to play, dude. But we persevered. What I'm gonna do now is I'm shutting all these thrusters off. The mid thrusters we do not need. Okay, so only my front thrusters are up there for translate. The translate thrusters aren't. Okay. We should probably try to align this thing. We're 180 degrees out. You know what? I'll quick save and we'll try. The ship won't be able to maneuver because these back thrusters aren't lined up. I need to get these thrusters on this line right here. So let's see if she does it. Set docking port force to nothing. Well, we're aligned. Problem is, I just shut off all the RCS on this damn thing, but hey, whatever, it's fine. Alright, screw that. Screw that. Have we reached Deb? Deb isn't in the game yet. Change your reference. Change reference. Change your reference. Change your ref. Yeah, nah, Jade, I'm good, bro. I'm good. We'll leave it like this. I can make it work. We don't need to rendezvous with anything else. I just need this for attitude control, so. Honestly, just shut that off. Just shut the thrusters in the back off. I'll use the forward thrusters to turn it. Do you say this because NDA? Yuri, even if I did, which I don't, even if I was still under an NDA, why would I be able to tell you? Like, even if I was under an NDA, I wouldn't tell you if it is or isn't in the game. I'm telling you it's not in the game yet. The files for it are there, but it's not in the game yet. Are you drunk? Can't tell you it's classified, guy. What's wrong with you? Okay. Quick save. Everything is configured correctly. Let's get crew up there. Guys, I want to put as much as I want to put a lander or something on this to get to Eve, I'm good. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Let's just oh, my pod isn't in here. Why does the FPS get so bad as you get further out? The FPS get bad as you get further out. That has nothing to do with it, Carts. It's right now it seems to be fuel tank drain. The FPS gets bad when I fire the engines. Pod's in the old save. But we should be able to get it. Restart the game? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. See what she does. How do we get KSP to boot up without having to go through the launcher? Just put a shortcut to the EXE on your desktop, dude. That's what I do. Yeah, I mean, card set seems to. Oh boy. Hey. Do you have any prop mods that you like to use? Prop mods? No? What do you mean prop mods, dude? I don't understand. Like a propeller? No, I'm not using any mods for the game right now, dude. I don't want to become reliant on a mod, right? And then have the game be patched and then have my game save break. Okay, we got liftoff crew for the Eve flyby mission, Bill and Val. We've cleared the tower, go for roll program. Vehicles pitching over, we are mode 1 alpha. Looking good here. Why spending energy on the roll? Well, the rocket needs to be able to control its roll anyways, Wing. Why would we, Well, I do it for realism, dude, but in real life, the rocket needs roll control anyway. You might as well roll it off the pad and integrate it on the pad the same way every time, you know? When is KSP2 getting an update? Soon. We're working on the patch right now. Coming up on maximum dynamic pressure here. SRB to tail, 30 kPa is really high. Okay, max Q, mode 1 Bravo. Okay, everything's looking good. Insertion trajectory looks good. Thrust tailing off on that on the SRB. Stand by for separation. Haulage motor ignition, good separation. Upper stage ignition confirmed. Your mode 2 alpha. Are you a dev for this game? No, Carts, but I know them and I help the devs troubleshoot things with the game, dude. No, there's no thrust tail off in the game. There's no thrust tail off in KSP1 Altazerd unless you program it with a Cal controller. Okay, stand by for 2 Bravo. Launch escape system jettison. LES jettison, mode 2 Bravo. Two Bravo refers to abort contingencies, guys. There are certain abort windows on an abort corridor for a rocket. Yeah, and they call them on the way up. I call mine too. So mode 1 alpha is right after liftoff. Mode 1 Bravo is max Q, post max Q, and then 2 alpha is at stage separation. 2 Bravo is post launch escape system jettison. Because the abort here, when the upper stage is going like this, is going to be a little bit of a less crazy abort. So you don't need the launch escape system. You just separate and use the RCS to get the capsule away. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not exactly how it works in real life, but those are my abort contingencies for this rocket. Did you go to school for aerospace or computer science? I'm a 3D artist by trade, Cards. Everything I know about aerospace engineering and software engineering is self-taught. To be fair, it's not a bad name. Otters. Are you excited for Cities 2? Yeah, absolutely. I'm worried about being able to get all this done, all the streams that I want to do. Funzister, but yeah, we're back in 2015, man. Cities and Kerbal. That's it. Meatwad, you're an aero engineer? That's cool, man. Are you excited about Starfield? I don't know, man, maybe. Just arch your shoulders. Trying. No, where they're going. What are your favorite DLCs for cities? Industries. Industries is probably my favorite. Industries and mass transport. Those are really good. And then obviously After Dark. That's a really good one. Seeing the day-night cycle for your city is really cool. The airport's DLC is pretty fun. I had a lot of fun with that one when we played it, for sure. Okay, we're crossing 2 kilometers a second here. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff or Seco 1. by 68. Seco 1 confirmed. Stand by for capsule separation. Capsule separation confirmed. Okay, we got good service module ignition. And we're up on orbit. Marvin, Val, and Bill are having a good time, What's that thing? Hey, get out of here. Okay, we should be getting here to service propulsion system ignition momentarily. Surface propulsion system ignition 2. 91 by 89. We got a good orbit insertion there. Perfect. Okay. Set the vehicle as target. And now let's get our inclination matched. I don't know what that was. I don't want to know. Okay, we just have to weed out some inclination here. 0.6 degrees, no big deal. Okay, stand by for Surface Propulsion System 3. Burn. SPS 3 on time. Good. Probably swamp gas reflected off of Venus or something. What the hell? Why is it... Why? Okay, we're in good phase. What a shot. Look at the back. Look at the background. I'm never gonna get over that. Can we not lock tanks out? The RCS simulation is actually better than KSP1, Charlie. Yeah, the way the RCS has impulse on the vehicle. I've noticed that. It's actually quite good. Alright. We're in good phase here. Just give ourselves a good little pulse right there. Freaking gorgeous. Yeah, that's right, man. Hell yeah. Almost there. Just shoring this up with the RCS. Okay, 500 out at 15 meters a second relative is good. Very good. Relativity did scrub, Bran. They couldn't thermally condition their propellants correctly, which makes me kind of wonder if they're using densified LOX with their methane. I'm actually kind of interested because, yeah, that's very interesting that they would have such trouble with it, you know? But then again, it was a little bit windy on the surface, so for all we know, the whole rocket could have been acting as a gigantic radiator. Yeah, they just couldn't get the propellants where they wanted it to. Which is interesting. Switch to target mode. pad or rocket? It's the thermal conditioning on the propellant tank, so it's the propellant in the rocket, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not the pad that's causing that problem. No problem, Evans. Also, Marvin. Surface propulsion system 4. Getting ready to fire. We have SPS 4. Okay, point 9. We're station keeping. We're 500 meters out. Let's bring it in with RCS here. I'm using time warp to stop the vehicle because it's so laggy. It's really hard to get this thing to do. There we go. $400, $300. Got to make slight adjustment. Slight course adjustment should get us out in front of the vehicle here. I mean, that's next to it. That's good enough. Okay, we're here. Let's hit that quick save, and now we just got to get out in front of the vehicle here. Gotta find that imaginary parking spot out in front. Got plenty of monoprop. Yeah, that CPU too, it's just still loading it up. Okay, slow down now that we're out in front of the vehicle. Okay, which way is the vehicle oriented? Okay. So, now we just start aligning axes. So we're out in front of it, so that's one axis aligned. Now we gotta yaw this thing to the left here. Come on, baby. Yeah, that's right, Blue. Absolutely, dude. You gotta be patient when you dock. Especially in KSP2. Okay. Once again, out of the 4 solar panels, that's between these two right here, that's the bottom, that's the top. So let's orient correctly. Roll the vehicle into position. We're out of the lane. Captain, we are out of the lane. You're relieved. I needed to change the thruster activation here. The vehicle's getting a little bit hard to control. There we go. Come on, baby. Vasily, verify distance to target. 1 ping only. Let them sing. I thought I heard singing, sir. Singing? Yeah, thought I heard singing, sir. No, Paganini was the composer. Pavarotti is the opera singer. Okay. We're back in the lane, chat, so we gotta yaw this thing a little bit to the right now. There we go. Gotta get aligned. Give me a stopwatch and a map and I'll fly the Alps on a plane with no windows. Any reason you're not setting the docking port as target? Oh. Oh. No, Paco, there isn't. No, there wasn't. Okay? You see how I just took the time to make sure, honestly, that my pod is pointed where it needed to go? That really is a big deal. What I always do, if you haven't seen it, if you type in !KSP2 tips into chat, guys, if you haven't seen my docking tutorials, basically when you get near something, I always just pick a spot out in front. Find an imaginary parking space and park the capsule there. And then align it. Flip it into position. And once you do that, then it should be something as simple as just going forward. That's all. I mean, Paco, I didn't have that thing set as target mostly because I don't really need to. If that makes any sense. I can do this all manually, guys. I don't have docking mode open. I don't have SAS open. I can basically do this crap with my eyes closed. It's just if the game wants to cooperate with me, that's all. But I'm confident enough that I really don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. If you hit the delete key, you can go into docking mode. Okay, we're moving in at a 0.5 meter a second. No, take it. I don't need it. That's a very, very great hat. You like that? Ugh! See, now all I can do is just set up a good, nice camera angle for you guys. I don't even need to see it anymore. I can see what's going on with the docking port, watching the nav ball, watching my spacecraft orientation relative to inbound velocity here. We can stop for a second. Oh. See? Oh, hell yeah, save it. Give me the cash. Yeah, come on now, give me the cash. Boom. Perfect. Ready to roll out. And if you survived with me for this long, chat, you will be handsomely rewarded with an Eve flyby. Oh, yeah. Ah, yeah, very nice. Okay, so what I need to do here is shut down the surface propulsion system engine. Welcome back, streamer. Oh, thank you. Now we need to move this. I said now we need to move this. Alright, fine, just go up there. Jeez. What are you preparing? You're always preparing. Just go. Narf redeemed ad time? Oh, okay. I said reading is good. Can we start the story now? Flip, this is probably the most interesting stream I've ever seen. Thanks, dude. You came, dude. Thanks for coming around again, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks, man. I'm glad you like it. This took a lot of work, man. That was difficult. It's hard putting this stupid thing together. The docking threshold is all wrong. I really can't line anything up. It's tough, dudes. All right. I gotta go evacuate the waste tanks, guys. I'll be back in a second. Enjoy the view. Not as tough as real life. Yeah, real life doesn't have to deal with a bad simulation rate, though. You know I'm right.
Initiating fluid withdrawal. Fluids have been evacuated. Hello, I am back. Run human personality.exe.
Oh, hey everybody, how you doing? How did they see me? Hey, I wonder how much clothes cost in the Matrix.
Reboot.
Hello. All right. How do we get to Eve? We should be in phasing here, and my ejection angle should be here. Okay, hang on. I gotta make sure throttle is at 0. So, what did you think of her? The woman in the red dress. She doesn't talk much, but if you'd like, I can arrange a much more personal relationship. Pay no attention to these hypocrites, chat. To deny our own instincts is to deny the very thing that makes us human. You think that's clothes you're wearing now? You know what I really miss? Tasty wheat. Did you ever have tasty wheat? Yeah, but technically neither did you. That's exactly my point. How did the machines know what tasty wheat tasted like? Maybe what the machines think tasty wheat tasted like, maybe tastes like eggplant or tuna fish. Oh, I hate you, Gilly. I hate you so much. Anyway, moving on. Not even an intercept, huh? The ejection angle needs to be a little bit more forward. We got to go this way. Or, well, more retrograde. Must have a photographic memory. I don't know. I learn things, it sticks in my head. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I want to keep learning things. Okay? That, and you pick up movie quotes a lot, Chad. You want me to get real with you for a second? You pick up a lot of movie quotes, if you spend all day watching movies because you have no friends in high school. Yeah, so you tend to watch a lot of movies and play a lot of video games at the time. Too real? Too real. Okay, cool. Too real. So, maybe there's a reason why I know all these damn movies. It's not a good reason. We're not in phase, dude. We're not in phase. No, stop. We're not in a good phase for Eve. I'm about to just crack and drive us there. Should we do that? Should we just crack and drive to Eve? Just time warp? We'd have to go around. They'd have to be up on this station for an entire year. In-game. We're just out of the transfer window, I think. Here, let's go over here. Departure year 3, day 402. Oh. Year 4, day 209. Swink, you work with fighter jets, so there's a direct input to output, but how does it come so that when you give an input on AP, it results in a movement to PE on rockets and not directly to input? It has to do with swapping potential and kinetic energy, Swink. If you add kinetic energy when your potential energy is maximized, so at the highest point of your orbit, you're going to increase you're increasing kinetic energy at lowest point in the orbit as well. So basically, you go faster. Yeah. In space, everything is backwards, dude, because the grav well. You have to do... Everything requires more delta V the closer you are to the surface. So, like, if you go into a high eccentric orbit with your AP, like, way out here, right? Boosting right here isn't going to change much because, well, you're in orbit around the planet. The planet's perturbing gravitational forces are what's going to be affecting you the most, not that little stupid thruster on the back of your spacecraft, right? You have to kind of ride around with and work with the gravity of the planet. Now, the gravity is lesser out here. Gravity's way lesser out here because you're out of the grav well, right? You're not out of the grav well, you're further away. So, it's best to do it when you're going the slowest, because that's when your potential energy is maximized. That's the point where the gravity of the planet is basically kind of least affecting you, I guess is the right way to say it. It's not exactly true. The gravity of the planet's pulling you back. But that's when you're going the slowest. Potential energy is maximized, so you have a slower relative speed. Changing that slower relative speed is easier than changing the high relative speed, right? So if you wanted to change something about your orbit, say you wanted to change the PE, right? The PE is best to change it at the AP because it's backwards, right? Because the AP is when your potential energy is maximized. That's the most efficient. Simultaneously, you want to change AP, the PE is the best place to do that. Yeah, it's all backwards because of the grav well. I don't know, Got Nukes. I have no idea. Yeah, Zwink, it's kind of backwards, dude. Think about it how... So you said you work with jets, right? Think about it like when you're in a fighter jet, right? And say you have a yoke. Or just a HOTUS, right? You know, you'd think pull back on the stick, you go up, right? But pulling backwards, you'd think go down, right? Flight controls are kind of inverted in our mind, right? Pushing forward, right, you think would go up, but it doesn't. You pitch down will make you go down, right? It's kind of inverted to what you want. You know, you'd think pulling the stick back would go down, right? Push it forward. Like, at least that's how I thought when I first figured out how to fly, right? When I'm playing Flight Sim 95 back in the day. I was really confused. It's kind of backwards, right? You know, but, I mean, now that I'm thinking about it out loud, like, maybe I was just an idiot when I was younger. Probably true. But, yeah, everything's kind of backwards. In space, it's really backwards. Yeah, speed up to slow down to speed up. Really, really weird. Inverted y-axis gang. Well, if I'm looking at this right, our vessel planner, because Kerbal, KSP2 starts at year 0 and KSP1 starts at year 1, day 0. So KSP2 starts at year 0, day 0. That, it says year 5 here, but year 5, day 209 in KSP1 would be year 4, day 209. So it looks like we need to time warp a little ways. Yeah, use lithium. Yeah, I guess that's right. Did you tame the Kraken? Well, I got the transfer vehicle all built, but we're not in the right phase to go to Eve. We're gonna have to, we're gonna have to put something out on the runway. Have you talked to the devs about not having an active craft on going back to KSC? See, Hillness, I know I'm starting to get tired. The reason why I know I'm starting to get tired is because that sentence made no sense in my mind. But I know you, and I know you meant something by it, but my brain is potatoing right now. Yeah, MGI, that happens to me when I'm tired, dude. When I'm tired, people say stuff to me, and it just bounces right off. Okay, you hit escape in Kerbal Space Center. Your last craft is still technically active. Why can't? That's why you can't time warp any faster. Oh, interesting. Huh. So what are we time warping to? Year 4, day 209. So year 4, day 90 in KSP1 would be year 3, day 90 in KSP2, right? So that means we need year 4, day 209. Yeah, all right, we gotta go. There we go. Man, that plane's been out there for a long time. Homing Pigeon, I'm reading it right. The reason why it's off by 1, I know the year is wrong, I get it. The reason why it's off by 1, dude, is because Kerbal 2 starts at year 0 and Kerbal 1 starts at year 1. So we're 1 year off in the vessel trip planner. So reading that as year 4, day 209, right? Reading that as -1 from that. Year 4, day 209, because 1 versus 0. Make sense? Please don't make that noise when I dock, when this thing tries to dock. Please stop doing that. Create maneuver plan question. We need to get our P lined up with the descending or that ascending node, or else we're gonna have a bad day. We're gonna miss. We don't want to miss. There we go. Close to having an intercept. There we go. Okay, we got ourselves an intercept. All right, let's see what we got. Dethrone long day? This is a regular stream for me, dude. I usually do 9 to 10 hours minimum. Well, I am starting to get tired, though. Covering the launches, dude, and answering all those questions rapid fire like I was doing this afternoon does take a lot out of you. But I'm good. I'm good. I just really want to get this at least to Eve and captured. So we, you know, can at least do something there, you know? All right, here we go. We are go for TEI, trans-Eve injection. We'll make a mid-course correction once we get out of here. Yeah, freaking, that's because I couldn't get any of the damn RCS to line up. And my RCS just decides it wants to place itself wherever it wants, so all my thrusters are bent, so, you know, that's good. It's fine. It's the worst that could go wrong. Alright, dudes. Hard action menu. Trying to get us lined up, but we ran out of monopropellant, or we ran out of vernier, which is good. You know, that's good. If only I had saved that, not having the RCS drift around all over the place. That probably would have been smart, but there's not much I can do about that. That's the thing. All right. We're backwards. Oh no. Alright, well, we're gonna have to do it this way. It's fine. It's fine. Oh boy. There we go. We're finally on the right track. I know it wasn't much delta V wasted there, but hey, whatever. I needed to flip the vehicle over. This is important. The good thing is that that strutted engine is working correctly. Sorry, I don't mean to talk poo, but only Matt Lown can make a Kraken-proof rocket. You think so? Why'd you say something? I mean, Aqualix person clearly doesn't know me. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah, no, yeah, Matt can make a Kraken-proof rocket. Sure, of course. He's a great builder. Great builder. I have 2 Marvins on board. Don't let the trolls get to you. You can use this for comedic gold. Huh? I'm not annoyed. Guy just came into my chat and made a fool of himself. It's fine. Alright. I ain't even mad. Feisty, I have 15,000 hours in KSP1, dude. I can make a Kraken-proof rocket. Matt can too, to be fair. Matt's cool. I know him, actually. I was hanging out with him a couple of weeks ago in real life. Yep. He's a good dude. I like Matt. We drank beer. It was a good time. I thought I'd be funny. I'm like, see, dude, I can't, dude, I don't even know, man. Like, I don't even know if, like, people come in here, like, I can't tell inflection through text. Matt's a cool dude. I like him. He's all right. Heck, Matt himself was in the chat the other day. But yeah, no, that's cool. Matt's good. He's a good dude. But I too can build a Kraken-proof rocket, man. I'm pretty good at it. Pretty good. Hey, my SSDO wasn't any spring chicken either. Well, I'm here to watch and find out. All right. Oh boy. Hey guys, don't compare me to Matt. Don't compare Matt to me, guys. The guy was just messing around. Feisty's just messing around. It's all good. We good. Hey, the Kraken hasn't gotten this rocket yet, to be honest with you. Kraken hasn't gotten it. The only thing Kraken kind of got to is bending my RCS out of position, right? Other than that, we're actually pretty good right now. It's just been a little bit slow, that's all. Time warp? Nah, I'm good. Do we know a good exit velocity? Yeah, maybe. It's just gonna take forever to do this damn burn. What's the current mission? I'm trying to get out to Eve. Trying. It's just taking a while when you're moving around a ship this big. We've already gone to Mars, MGI. I've already did that with a transfer vehicle that was very similar to this. Why don't you time zoom through the burn? Okay. Because last time I did that, it didn't do anything. let's just hope our trajectory is good enough. We don't know, MGI. Maybe. You ever play Space Engineers? Yeah, a couple of times on stream, dude. Oh, super. I'm just being patient, guys. I'm starting to get a little tired, though. I'm starting to get a little tired, but I'll put us... I mean, the maneuver node's clearly borked up right now. I'm going to get us that Eve transfer, and then... yeah, we'll see where we want to go from there. This is taking frickin' forever. I gotta find a more efficient way to do this. I thought the transfer vehicle would be a low-part solution. I might have to just SSTO, make like an SSTO to Eve or something. The transfer vehicle's awesome, but damn is it a lot of parts. And it really borks the simulation badly. But we'll figure it out, dudes. I ain't worried. SSTO, single stage to orbit, scientist guy. Like, just basically make one thing that takes off from the surface and flies right to Eve. Wait, why are we losing? Hey, come back. $154. Huh. Please just get on the damn maneuver node. Please. This is getting... as I get more tired, my patience gets thinner. I was like, please, just go in the direction that I want, man. Okay, we're almost there. Almost done with this burn, despite what this thing. I'm not sure what that thing is trying to do right now. But I'm keeping the maneuver node up because I need to see the trajectory that I want. I think it was good until you time warped. Yeah, maybe lopsided. I don't know. Well, if we have to revert and do it again tomorrow, we got to revert and do it tomorrow. Or I could just figure out a better way to do it in general. A ship that's maybe not this many parts, you know? Ship's drifting away from target again. Okay. Give me a second, fellas. Here's what we're doing. I'm just gonna turn Infinite Prop on because this thing keeps deviating for some reason and it's quite annoying. But see, look at that. Look what happened when I turned the damn fuel calculations off by turning on Infinite Propellant. Look at that. We went from 3 frames a second to 8. Nice. The capsule. Oh boy. The capsule. Oh, the capsule's. Oh, okay. You know what? Shut RCS off. Oh my goodness. No. Not at all, Rain. I have no control over this thing, guys. It's just kind of going where it wants. Look at Marvin. He's like, huh? Bill is like, yeah, all right. Stop burning and delete the node. All right. This game, though. Don't time warp. Don't try to fizz warp through a maneuver node, guys. If you don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and just reload this. We are way off. Oh my goodness. Yeah, time warping through the maneuver node really screwed us up. Could just say screw it and go to Moho. Oh dear. Boy. What messes up the node is between going between map and non-map view. Yeah. Boy, that sucks. We're not in the phase for Moho. Oof. Alright, guys. I'm gonna hit save. Fixed trajectory to Eve. And I think my patience is done for the day. That was a good 10 hours. That was a good 10 hours. I think, you know what? I think I'm good. I think I'm good for now. You know, I think what we need to do is focus on smaller transfer vehicles for now. I'm going to need, yeah, just straight smaller transfer vehicles. Because, yeah, that's getting difficult. It's getting tough. It's getting hard to play. Yeah. As much as I like my Kraken-proof rocket, the, you know, direct SLS style rocket, it's a good rocket. It'd be good when they fix the fuel rates. That thing will be great after the patch. But yeah, man. Oh, that's hard, man. It's hard playing that game. Finding Kerbal difficult after 10 hours, man. Yeah, we might need to scrap that one and then just build something nuts. Build like an SSTO that goes there, dude. Maybe. That'd be actually kind of cool. You know. Anyway, let's see who we can raid, dudes. Thank you very much for watching. I do appreciate it. Sorry, thank you for being patient with me. It's kind of getting tough to watch at the end. Even for me, I'm like, okay, let's go, guys. This is getting annoying. So let's look around. Let's look around. Who's out and about? Single stage to Eve. I think that might be what we need to do. Maybe Matt's onto something. I'm just looking around to see who we can drop a raid on. Let me see. Italix is playing Raft, dude. Let's go see what Etal's up to. Italix is a good buddy of mine. He's a good streamer. Really fun chat to be in, dude. If you know him, you know him. Let's go give him a raid, dudes. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. We got a SpaceX launch, so you want to come enjoy a SpaceX launch with me? Yeah. Pretty much I think it's at 1 tomorrow. We got Iridium 17, or not Iridium, OneWeb. I get confused how many satellite constellations Falcon 9 has actually built. So we have Iridium 7, I did it again. See, that's how you know I'm getting tired when I start to really misspeak. We have OneWeb 17 tomorrow, which is a OneWeb launch on a Falcon 9. It's going at a Slick 40, should be at around 1 tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully, you know, we get to see that, and then maybe we'll focus on building a smaller transfer vehicle and yeah, going from there. Something that won't eat the computer up like crazy. So, thank you very much for watching, everybody. Let's go see if we can raid Italix here. Go give him a raid. Post some panels over there. Say hi. He's cool. He won't bite. At least I don't think. I mean, maybe. But my boy's over there playing Raft. Go see what he's up to. Go give him a raid. And I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.